Should be
Participants right here.
That would be us. Oh, now there's somebody there. to admit.
Ryland's
Yeah, I
out
think
there.
that
Yep,
invite.
and on the very top, you can click the blue.
Oh, admit up there.
Yep.
Admit.
And then we'll just watch if anybody pops in, then we just admit them as it's.
Well, I think we have 2 participants.
We're one.
yeah, but the other
We are
one is
one.
right.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay, Ryland, can you hear us?
can you unmute his microphone?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know where the button is. Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm gonna start recording.
Tell me when we're ready.
If there was anything up there.
Says we are recording right now.
Oh, if we are. Okay,
Okay,
usually something.
so the meeting will come to order at 6:42 p.m. And Sunny, if you could go ahead and do a roll call for us, please.
Chair Phillips,
Present.
Vice Chair Grant Rucker. Here. Commissioner Reed is no. Commissioner Jim Richards,
Here.
Commissioner Jim Phillips,
Here.
Commissioner Scott Sorensen, no, and Commissioner Paul Becker. Here. Thank you.
Okay, and so we have our agenda before us tonight. Are there any amendments or additions to the agenda? Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as is?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And it has been moved and seconded and the agenda to approve the agenda as is. Is there any further discussion or shall we go ahead and call for the vote? All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, say no. Agenda is approved. And so moving on to the approval of minutes from the April 13 meeting. These minutes have been previously distributed, so they do not need to be read this evening. Are there any corrections to the minutes for April 13? If there are no corrections, is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 13?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? And if not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And the minutes are approved as distributed. So we are moving into the budget report. And Sunny, were you going to walk us through this report?
I'd be happy to.
Very good.
I'm thinking, boy, this is small print.
I'm thinking that right now myself.
Okay, so there are a couple of lines. You'll remember that this is a comparative, so it shows the previous year. A budget, the annual actual, and then a month current. So for this report, we're looking at actuals for April as the current month. And then you have on the right, then you have the 3 columns for the current year, the amended budget, which is always, you know, the original budget as well. The current year-to-date actuals, and then the current amounts for April by itself.
So that's April again, both April.
Yep. And there are 2, so this year, your budget For expenditures, it's 124,944. That was approved in the overall budget. And you'll remember, 48,000 of that was for the planning services, engineering, reimbursements, reimbursable legal fees, SEH, planning and zoning ordinance, EAW, and the miscellaneous expense. And if you would like any of those adjusted, that's kind of my take on the distribution, because on the budget, we just made sure we got the 48,000 that was in there.
Just kind of curious about the SEH stuff. Thought we weren't using those anymore.
SEH is,
Engineering. firm.
is an engineering firm that's participating in the, Zumbro River Regional Trail, kind of that whole thing, yes. So, and, Ryland can probably speak to this further, but those costs are supposed to be offset by participants, or partners in this whole process.
I can explain real briefly. The funds that were available on 1 January of 2023. We've been using income received revenue from a couple years ago. And there's a spreadsheet that I keep track of the invoices that SEH sends us. And as of 1 January, we had $15,609 of SEH revenue to use. As of 25 April, we have $6,739.34 remaining. If that'll help with the story.
And that's good to know, because it's showing up on your budget here. Ryland, we should make sure that planning and zoning gets a copy of that recap sheet that you work on too.
Oh, sure, yes, they can be included.
I guess my curiosity was how SEH was involved. You know, I'm sure there's funding or if they're involved somehow. So
Yeah.
I knew we'd switched engineering firms ourselves, so.
Right.
I knew we had switched engineering firms ourselves and going with Stan Tech, and SEH had been out of the picture for years.
Oh. That was your previous engineering firm at the
Yes,
city?
they were the
Oh,
ones involved in a lot of the earlier projects and the,
Prior to Santec.
right,
Okay.
prior to Stan Tech, they were in there.
okay.
So potentially they could bid on the RFP when we put it out.
Yep.
Wasn't Bonastro in there as well?
Yes, I believe
Somewhere in
somewhere
there?
along the line. I'm not
Because
certain.
then Bonastro, I think, got
They're the one out
taken
of
over.
Rushford.
They got taken over by Stantec.
Is that the fellow out of Rushford?
Oh, there.
There used to be somebody out of Rushford that was here for about 1.5 years or 2 years. I think.
Oh. okay.
So I do have a question with, there's a couple lines in here highlighted. Are those the ones related to the sewer project?
Well, the reimbursable engineering fees, yes. And then the SEH is related to that other project. So yes, I did highlight those intentionally.
Okay.
Especially because the reimbursable engineering fees of 115,000 plus, it skews your report as well, so.
Yeah, I was gonna be asking about that negative 110.
Mhm. And then,
I try to head you off on here. Okay, sorry.
no, that's good, because that's kind of what I was guessing, but it's good to hear that that is correct. What it is related to the septic there. The salary and wages,
Mhm.
is that one of the positions we're hoping to hire for the city? Or what's the salary and wages under planning and zoning?
That is part of mine, part of, the, project specialist, part-time, that was gonna be coming on to largely redo the filing system so that finding files for research projects for planning and zoning is gonna be a large piece of that, so that we can make it easier to.
So that's for project specialists.
Yeah, and the concept behind that, I think, is a really good one, where someone was gonna consolidate. So everything for my property or any property, everything would be in that file and not in all these different places that they have to look up. So if they need something, they find that address or that person. I don't
Well, and it
know.
would tie it to the property historically versus whoever the current owner
Right.
or applicant is, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so when you say that this is part of your salary and the project specialist, we're splitting it between us and the city council? Is that how that works, or how is it, what is the other part paid by, what portion of the city?
My salary actually gets split across multiple departments,
Oh, okay.
heavily in the admin side.
Mhm.
But then also percentage to planning and zoning, 30%. 35% is admin, 25% is to finance side of things. And then the other 10% is parks.
And it would be 100% of that project specialist because they would be working. on stuff. Very good, thank you. And that's a part-time position.
It is,
Okay.
right.
The other ones I was looking at is planning services and engineering fees. And especially the engineering fees, if we've budgeted 5,000, we're already at 3,878
At the end of April.
at the end of April, okay? Those are the things that kind of jump out at me, and also the reimbursable legal fees. What's that involve for that? Because we were hit with $2,100 already.
Part of that is when we do developments and collect application fees and processing fees, you know, that is intended to help cover some of those costs. In specific to development stuff, we enter into those escrow agreements. So hopefully, you know, you keep those in a positive standpoint for that development. You know, they're paying their way for both engineering and legal and planner. The other smaller things doesn't happen, so.
Yeah, and I mean, those are the concerns we were looking at on how do we cover those costs, and you know, I mean, some people complain and that for what the fees are and what we're doing, and it doesn't come close to covering what the engineering costs are that we pay as a city.
Right.
And I think we gotta look closer at those maybe next year for budgeting to figure out how to do it and just have it set that, you know, if we don't cover the fees, they have to cover them, whoever it is. It only makes sense, you know, as to have the whole city pay for it.
Well, and if you remember too, Commissioner, that was part of the impetus, because remember last year only 12,000 was budgeted for
Right.
planner and that we breezed through that rapidly. So that was part of the impetus, I think, for getting up to the 48,000 allocation for professional service fees. And we did bump that line up to 1,800, and we're trying to do more in-house before, you know, just, and I'm gonna say in her defense, prior to my coming here too, you know, Renee had no experience with planning and zoning issues and stuff, and that is an area that takes time to, right? To come up to speed on with any given city, but there are concepts that are universal pretty much overall. But so there was increased use of legal fees planner, the engineers. I mean, she had to rely, and for that period of time, especially that she was by herself. Just trying to keep her head above water too with the day-to-day stuff and then bringing that in. So
She was
we're
by
trying to,
herself for quite some time, wasn't she?
I think was it, I wanna say
I think it was for.
early May, end of
Well, that
April.
line was probably a month and a half, maybe.
Yeah, month and a
And it
half.
still could be
Or-
Yeah.
pretty swamped with paperwork and then
Yeah.
half in there.
Yeah. Especially, when
The
you,
first thing you got.
Oh,
you kind of had your wings clipped a little bit and not been allowed to see the background work
it more
on
than
the
2 months?
accounting stuff and,
I don't think it was.
clearly there are some issues in coding and stuff, so.
Yeah, 'cause she kind of had to slide into that role. When we
Geraldine,
lost
yeah.
Geraldine, so. And trial by fire.
Yep.
Well, and can you share, and maybe it's not even part of this, but one of the things that, just as I'm doing different investigations about background on different things and finding out that we have to have our application fees that are going specifically into planning and zoning. And that is an offset, it like goes into kind of the same bucket as the costs that we incur with our planners and, all of these people. Do we have line items for that, for the amount of money that's coming in through applications? And what applications are actually costing us so that we can keep track of, the balance or imbalance, whatever the case may be, of those monies? Because I understand now that all of that has to be accounted for, and anything that comes in the way of fees has to be spent in planning and zoning. It can't go into any other bucket, right?
Well, because your fees don't cover the expenses.
And
you're
I
well
understand
you're
that.
Well,
I
under that
totally
cap.
understand that.
But I do, one of the frustrations that when I came on early last year, I had never heard of your accounting system software. So I came in with some reservations and thought about, just suggesting that we change out. But then I second guessed myself and thought, you know what, maybe you just need to, software, you'll get the hang of it. But you know what, after nearly a year, it is still too cost effective in terms of the time that's spent trying to get everything
Trying to
integrated.
navigate it.
Yeah, there's better ones out there.
Oh, yeah, and we're interviewing them, but that's time consuming too, right? So counselors, watch for that to come up. So yeah, we're gonna be switching it, and part of that switch too is the revenue side of things. We're not, and the chart of accounts were not set up by departments. So like you can see, in the bold kind of thing up in the upper left-hand corner, the other right. It says Department 41910.
Mhm.
That is the department code for planning and zoning.
Right.
And then the fund 100 is general government stuff.
Mhm.
But so on the revenue side, everything is, not everything, but everything in Fund 100 is there. But the departments there are no departments set up.
How does the city accountant break all this down then? That's gotta be just one headache.
No kidding.
It is. And it's frustrating because you can see here, I give you a report and your revenues show 0. Because there's nothing there. Because the line items that reflect the revenues coming in for the different fees
Goes into general
are all
fund.
going into department 0000000.
Going into
But
general
that's
fund.
still just the planning and zoning department, or is that a
That's-
different?
But the 5
Department.
zeros is all
Everybody's.
general government. General fund.
Yeah, we need to change that.
I know.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay,
Okay. Is that
And I
right?
shared that, it's the same for fire department and first responders, they too are not, I'm not able to give them the revenue side to their expenditures because it's still 5 zeros, not by department.
Who's the accountant for the city? It's just
Well, we
general
do,
accountant
we do,
that
yeah,
audits it
that's,
each year, but.
well, we have an auditor, but we're doing most of it in-house. Except for, surprisingly, we contract out for even basic kind of things like bank reconciliations. Bank reconciliations,
Okay.
because this software is so cumbersome that Renee has not, and granted to, no one has, other than Sandy back in the day when they first got the software, really got the training for it, so. But it's just not as integrated as I want these, every other system we're looking at is.
So I think there's some that you can even put meter readings and everything in and have it go right
Yeah.
to the right spot.
Yeah. Right now, it's a totally separate module that you have to do that in, and then you prep it to go into the other modules. So yeah, those are on my list.
yeah.
So what kind of time frame are we talking about for, you're just starting to look at the software? I mean, is that gonna be a 6 month out before that would it get implemented? I'm just trying to think in the short term, how do we account for incoming funds so that
We're
doing-
compliant.
Yeah,
Yeah, quite the time frame would take to set all that.
I mean,
implement it.
that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's a huge undertaking, and you do it at the end of a fiscal year and run 2 parallel systems usually with an auditor might have you do something that way. For the short term to make sure everything's entered correct for at least a month or 2.
Well, and we, the firm that we use has an auditing arm and an accounting arm, and they're like, you have to keep them totally separate,
Mhm.
and they don't talk to each other.
Yeah, it should.
And they shouldn't, you're right.
There's
you're
a
absolutely right.
separation of duties, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, they are prepared to help us do that transition. Of course, every, I think, are we looking at 5 different companies, I think, but one is utility based only, so that is interesting, but it's not gonna integrate well in the other. So, I expect to be reviewing and analyzing the quotes yet this month. And the target date for doing the switch was gonna be July 1. That may be aggressive on my. But it depends on how quickly some of these people can be responsive, how much they want our business, right? Because when you do this kind of big shift in software, it's not like you're gonna think about changing again in a year, or, I mean, it's a.
It's a core
It's a
conversion. Yeah.
Well, if we're gonna go through this shift in the different software programs, I just don't wanna see the city do what some other I see other places doing. They'll go buy the stuff that's almost outdated because it's cheaper. And then all of a sudden you got a headache. Now you don't get the backup and the support to help make it work.
And I'm really big on customer service, so that's one component that I'm gonna say is weighted for me. Sometimes even if it's more expensive, but I know the people, the company,
And I think
that
good references are a big deal
Yeah.
too. Are there other cities using it?
Yeah.
What do they think about it?
I think if there's other cities in Minnesota, especially since some of what we're talking about here is to make us in compliance with state law. There's other cities in Minnesota that are hopefully using this and they're in compliance with state law, like we want to get there.
Well, and we're not at all not in compliance. Because
It's just our-
you are audited every
It's
year.
just our
It-
software is not spitting it out for us to read easily.
Well, and it can't because the chart of accounts isn't set
Well, what's,
accordingly.
what I have a problem with is normal public running a business can't commingle funds from one thing to another. So this shouldn't be commingled either. It should all be spread out
Well-
where it belongs.
Well, that's part of the budgeting process, but to a certain extent, your general fund, those funds are separated from what they call your enterprise funds, like your water fund, and we're gonna have the sewer fund is already set up now, because I did that. So those are supposed to intentionally be self-supporting. The intent with planning and zoning is not quite the same,
Right.
you know, although we'd like it, you know, the gap between fees collected and actual expenditures paid out, we want that to be closer. The intent was never designed that way, and that's why it's part of your general fund and the taxpayers kind of spread that whole.
I get that because you're gonna have run into each situation that require different engineering. And then there might run into legal
Yeah.
challenges in each of
Right.
it, so.
Right.
Well, and I have a
But
question.
I'm sorry.
No, if you want to finish that thought, I'll ask.
Yeah,
it when
the
you're done.
thought is just to finish is that the goal is that we're creating this livable, sustainable community. That's, you know, so you want your neighbors to be well too, right?
Absolutely. Well, and so maybe I misunderstood when you say that with the monies that we're receiving for applications and things that we are actually in compliance with the state. So with that 0000 general fund, is that general fund just planning and zoning?
No,
Well, that was what I thought.
oh,
And
No.
yeah, and so I'm not sure how we could be in compliance if our fees and things are going into a general fund because those things have to be going specifically into planning and zoning
and they
and
are,
spent by planning and zoning.
right,
Yeah.
and that's where the expense side of it comes. And I can manipulate
So that you're
through
tracking
Excel, yeah,
and you're tracking and going, this
Right.
is what was put in, this
Right.
is what we're actually spending. So we are actually using all of those funds in
Oh.
planning and zoning and then
Yep,
some.
those and more.
And then
It's
some.
basically accounting.
Okay.
Yeah, which is
Okay.
what we need to
That
have.
was what I was trying to understand. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, because what
Yeah,
I,
it's not-
what I need to do is, one, review the chart of accounts as part of this shift. I can go through the revenue and pull out the line items and just, you know, add that in Excel. But one thing I will say is, I'm happy to report that our, part-time admin assistant
Mary?
Mary Solom, started last Monday, so I'm breathing a little easier, so
Good.
not that I want you throwing a whole mess of things, but part of that is, you know, taking those, you know, especially, you know, phone calls and some of those other things that Renee and I can train her to do and help her grow into the industry, allows us to do the more analytical stuff.
Right, without having to constantly stop and restart.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, so that's the cover page is kind of this. Okay,
So when we talk about it, the fees for planning and zoning being in an account, we should be able to see that then, right, at the beginning. So whenever you give us the financial statement or the update, we should be able to see then what's in that account, I would assume.
What we.
Not right now, I don't think, unless you do a separate
Right.
run off of the stuff to say what's in there, cause it all goes back into the 100 fund and
Yeah,
you're not gonna be able to pull it out unless you do that.
Unless you see the accounting, you're not gonna know it.
well, and even this departmental expenses are part of the Fund 100.
But we just don't see the income coming in for what it is for the
Because
permit.
it's not set up for. But if you look on, if you have any of your council reports handy, that, I give you the detail by line items. So we can define which line items are relative to planning and zoning. And those would be the ones that I would pull out and add to this.
Add to its own account.
Yeah, yeah, so.
Yeah, I figured that would be helpful to have that, so at least we're aware of what's going on, so.
One of the things that I think would be helpful about being able to see what we're taking in application fees and what those applications are costing us is we know that we're way underwater on that stuff. And as we are looking to make adjustments, we want to be able to justify to the public and to be able to show them, this is what is actually happening. And these things, you know, aren't even coming close to balancing. We need to make some adjustments here. And it would be so much easier to help the public understand that if it's not happening here, it's coming out of taxpayer funds. And so it would just be an open book policy that we're going, this is the reality of our situation.
Kind of like your
And these-
checkbook register.
Yeah, and
Right.
these are the adjustments that we feel it is our responsibility to make
Mhm.
so that the entire city is not picking up the bill for this, you know. Because where are we? Somewhere between, I'm looking at this and it looks like we're somewhere between maybe 25 to 40% of our actual costs that we're taking in the way of fees. And what we're paying out is
Probably bigger than 25 to 40, I'd say.
Well, and
Higher than that.
it depends, because some applications, you know, are fairly straightforward.
right.
They fall within, you know, I mean, you're 100 square feet short of what you needed to be.
Mhm.
You know, granting a variance for that is fair and
Mhm.
equitable. But it's the tough ones that are not as easily defined, are going to lead to additional engineering costs, additional planning costs, perhaps even legal, but and then the cost of any ordinance amendments have to have a public hearing.
Yeah.
Any public hearing has to have a posting.
Mhm.
That's publication costs. So there are all those additional things that are part of,
No, and
the work
I
we
understand,
do.
and with an antiquated, you know, software system that doesn't do what it is that we need it to do. Because my thing, one of my top priorities always is gonna be transparency, and it's not a desire to not be transparent here. It's that our software doesn't support that, but I don't want to have to explain that to people. I want
Right.
them to look at what we're doing and be able to see it
right,
You know, and know that we are being super straight with them. So this is, I appreciate that you're making this a high priority and looking at hopefully a July 1st.
that's aggressive.
shift.
Worst,
Along-
worst case, it would be January 1 of next year.
Well, and along with all of this, we don't expect zoning to be self-supporting. We do know part of our job at zoning is to plan and look at long-term and future
Mhm.
use. And also to attract businesses and services and new residents to help us expand and grow and not just be a bedroom community at some point. Get
Yeah,
out
to
of that
strike a-
shadow.
To strike a balance.
Yeah.
In that, even if it costs us, we definitely want to strike that balance that's sustainable over the course of time.
A few nights a week during the summer, it would be nice for people to think Orinoco is the place to go for food
Music in the
trucks,
park.
food trucks or
Something.
whatever it is. Right now, I know there's T-ball, so it's a
Oh,
big draw in the summer.
I want to see concerts in the park myself, so.
Well, I wanna get to the point where we're auditioning people to sign up to be part of our park, music in the park thing. Because even we have the 3 events scheduled for this year. And hearing that, I got a phone call. Is there an opportunity to get in on that as well? And I know you know some musicians.
Yeah, and I'll tell
so-
you what, but
I'm
that
just
concert
saying.
last summer was so great.
Yeah.
The sound out there was actually really good. It was a lovely evening, so.
Yeah, so there are some things we can do.
That was down here.
Yeah.
My daughter's band came up from Nashville and played in the park.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was fun.
No, it was going to the next page too, when you look at the consulting services that there are. And we had budgeted 5,000, we're already at 3878.
And that's our planner, right? Planner service. When they
And
have
that's,
to
and
put
that's,
together.
and
a-
that's through April.
That's through April. Oh, okay, but I'm also gonna tell you, this is the report through April. But did not include, you can see, I mean,
Let's see,
the
January.
planning services do not include attendance at the April planning and zoning meeting or the subsequent council meeting.
So that's gonna be eaten up already.
So how is that charged out, Sonny? Is that by the hour, or do they just say it's so much per meeting? Or
It's about an hour.
it is hourly?
It is
For
hourly.
both Phil and the attorney and.
Bill and Joe,
Yeah.
or well, planning would be just.
Yeah.
Bill goes
Yeah.
on the other side of that.
But that's, that's one thing, Kane bought something this morning and boom, this afternoon I have the invoice by email, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't always happen with legal, engineering,
Right.
planning.
That's it.
Those
Yeah.
can be, I'm gonna say that I've increased or decreased that gap in timing, so they are pretty close to being within 30 days. But it used to be,
45 to 90.
oh, yeah, 45 to 60
Oh, my.
easily, yeah.
Mm.
Which again is gonna skew your,
Right.
any kind of analytics that you wanna do.
Right.
Mhm.
I know I wrote a check to the fire department relief fund. For their deal, it took them 90 days to cash the check. Whoa, they must not need it too bad.
Oh.
Very good. Is there anything else in here that you would like to lead us to and?
The only thing that I will say. Although the data is lacking, and I know council experienced this last year, when we went into the budgeting process, getting, 5 years of history. It was stuff they hadn't seen before. So the stuff that we're making steps and we taking steps forward. And part of that is I wanted departments to be able to see this information. And then also on the revenue, the more detailed report page. So that if there is something that you find out is goofy, then really pops out, we need to check it. And see.
And
So
having
that they
dates
can
and
highlight
invoice
that.
numbers is
Yeah.
definitely helpful in
Yeah.
that regard.
Yep.
Hmm. Does anybody else have any questions for Sammy regarding the?
I believe in transparency as well, so.
Absolutely.
Getting in there.
It's a
And
CYA,
there's no,
CYA thing.
well, there's no question regarding that. We're just, we're just having open conversation and working our way through this, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, and I think one of the things too is we start to look at this and think about next year and there's gonna be a lot of change in zoning in the next 5 years. Where we're at today in Orinoco is not gonna be what it looks like 5 years from now.
Even 2 or 3.
Yeah, and a big piece of that is gonna fall eventually here into us, so we need to get our work done. But it's also knowing that I've seen fees and been looking at some other cities in Minnesota and what they're doing to address some of the issues we've had. And there are some that are doing inspection fees or extra fees if somebody has to go out and do an extra zoning site inspection to see if your conditional use permit, but it's written right in, and once a year, we just look at what our fees are and make sure we make any changes.
Yeah.
But one is discovering what fees we don't have as well, because some of that stuff shouldn't be borne just by all us taxpayers too. So.
Right.
So are we looking at a timeline when they can start looking or?
At budgeting?
Well, I mean, to go to change the system.
And she was talking somewhere between July 1st and January 1st.
That's to initiate it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're trying to get.
So even if-
Permission and.
Right.
That includes training, right?
You're not gonna have it done by July 1st.
No.
No. it's
No, but
gotta-
you might get the ball rolling by
Yeah,
then.
Yeah.
We could have a contract signed.
Yeah,
Right.
Could get someone
Absolutely.
in-house to train.
Well, and when I say implementation, I'm thinking, get that background work. The chart of
Yeah.
accounts set up the way we want it, I'll make sure it's ready to roll when we're ready to enter the numbers.
yeah.
And most of these companies will help transition the data.
Like a migration.
Yeah,
Yeah, but even just setting it all up.
Yeah.
There's a lot as you talk about, but 5 years of data, and it's kind of like, whoa.
yeah. Well, and a lot of them are going to cloud-based.
Mhm.
Hopefully that's what we
This is
have.
kind of,
I would recommend that.
Okay. So have we covered the budget report? Everybody's satisfied? All
Yep.
your questions are answered? Okay, well, you are all warmed up, Sunny, so staff report. If you would like to go ahead and give us, what we've got here, number 1 is the Keene update.
okay. You have my memo in front of you, and so, hopefully you had a chance to look at that. It's kind of the note, attached to that paragraph kind of speaks to what we've just been talking about, where there's a deficiency in that. And I did see, AJ and Jen are here, so I don't know if they have something else they wanted to. But because of the situation, the stop payment in effect just kind of made that application dead, even though we had already, gone through extending, by law to get the 60-day extension in place. That was done too. But it's, the whole application has been rendered moot at this point.
And then also that 686 that's down there in the note does not include the time that Phil was spending for both council and also for planning and zoning. Is that correct?
So his presence in both of those meetings in April is not reflected in.
No.
This most recent invoice we had was through March 31.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything that you felt that you wanted to say tonight to address this, or you're here just for the meeting and?
Well, we're here because we want to know what's going to happen moving forward. We're hoping there's still conversation around how is the city moving forward with changing the city ordinance. I think there's still a lot of confusion on our part about what the payment was for. We looked at the checklist, we weren't made aware of the process. We still haven't seen any of the reporting that they performed. It wasn't provided to us, so I think that's kind of where we stand in terms of we shouldn't have been required to go through the process to get a variance.
If we would have had a checklist,
Yeah, we never would have gotten a variance.
and I
That's
also
kind
would
of the
ask
frustration.
Sunny too in the office, that when the Stantec green space analysis came in, that she mailed it to me so that I could review that before the planning and zoning meeting, and I never did receive that.
We still have never seen the reporting that was done on our property. So if that's what the city was paying for, I
Or that's what we're.
hear. That's unfortunate. I would ask, what is the purpose of the analysis and reporting they're doing? Do they have to do that? Was it required in this scenario? Because I don't think we checked a single box on the variance application list, so I would question why that even went that far in the first place. But I also get it's an expense, totally understand. I think it's just a matter of where do we go from here and what is the city going to do to address it? I don't think we're saying like, we're not paying a penny, we're just saying, let's have a conversation and see what the city is going to do to take action and address it. I think everyone seemed to agree when this was a conversation in this room, both for this group and then for council, that it was very misleading. The information is conflicting. Can't stay that way forever. So we're just asking that you take a look at it and hopefully move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've all agreed that it all needs to be addressed and how it's applied. You know, how the rules, you know, it needs to be adjusted to make it fit more situations. You know, there's no variable in there, it's really kind of.
And I mean, I hope that every time there's a variance application, it doesn't cost the city $1,000. I would question why, what is it for?
I think there could be a smoother process in which you could tell somebody, hey, look, this is gonna cost you money and it's costing us money and we're not gonna be able to approve your variance instead of wasting your guys' time and other people's time going through the process in which you know you have to deny it.
Yeah, because it was straightforward. I feel like everyone said, this is not abnormal. We're not asking to build a giant mechanical shop on our property. We're not asking to build close to a property line. We can only really add an addition to River Park to our existing property in one space. It's over, we get it. But again, the 1,000 square foot garage space is written for what we talked about last time and at city council. It's written for a 20,000 square foot lot. We have almost double that. So
Well, I did have one question because I did read ordinances on it and you guys were talking 1 acre or less, but on the website, when I went back and looked at it, it said 1.5 acres or less.
that was an amendment in 2018.
5% or less, or no more than 1,000, and then it was 1.5 acres to 3 acres. It was no more than, or less than 5% or 2,000 square feet. So I got a little confused on that when I started looking on the city's deal too, like, well, I thought it was an acre. And there was a couple of fence there, and then it also had like number of buildings, right? Like you could have up to 1,000 square feet, 2 buildings, and so on and so on.
And then Phil kind of made the thing, like typically what they would see is 5% or less up to 2 acres. And then typically there's a cap on building count or a different variation when you get into higher acreage, which made a lot of sense. But again, we're honestly just here to see where it's going in hopes that, you know, you don't have a big window in terms of when we can rip our roof off and rip the side of our house apart and pour concrete and everything else that has to happen. So we were hoping that it would be part of the conversation tonight. There's a council meeting next week. They made it seem like at the last council meeting, really quite simple and could be presented to them in a very quick time frame. So
That's, if I may respond.
Oh, please, and I was just gonna state, not being part of city council, I am not privy to that information. That last bit that you shared about them talking about how simple it should be and that it could happen sometime this month. This is the very first I'm hearing about that. I am absolutely open to continuing the conversation, to be sure. And Sunny, if you would like to go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, and I think I apologize because I think I copied you on my response to Jenna on this too. But not the rest of you, so my apologies to you. But, the process where we left it last time, we were trying to do a really expedited thing to accommodate your schedule. That makes it tough because there are, for a public hearing, which is required for any ordinance amendment. We have to publish it, at least 10 days in advance of the hearing. So everything was getting really tight, which means this body would have had to really hone in on what they wanted it to be. And we're moving away from kind of the knee-jerk response of addressing an issue for this piece of the code, and then it becomes in conflict somewhere else because the big picture wasn't looked at. And so, but we were willing to do that with an active application. I mean, that's part of customer service in my view, is that we were willing to do that and get this body to really move fast on some language that we could put into publication in advance of the council meeting and get that stuff all worked out.
So like, maybe a question for you, Tammy, would be, when you emailed me last Thursday, you said you were talking to Phil, there was action and movement, you were looking at what options, but what I'm hearing from the rest of zoning and planning is that this is the first they're hearing about it, and there hasn't been any conversation with this group, which basically has to make the proposal to city council.
And that is on the agenda here tonight.
Oh, okay, so it's
Yeah.
still. back-
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it's still moving forward. It's just that, that urgency, if you will.
Isn't there because there's not an application.
That's right.
So my question is the variance is separate from the ordinance, correct?
I would believe so.
They should be treated completely separate.
We're not applying for an ordinance change. We applied for a variance that was not feasible
It led the
because of-
city to decide it needs to
because
change
of the
ordinance.
parameters of the state statute not allowing you guys to go ahead with the variance,
Okay, I think I understand now
right?
that I'm just not understanding what you were speaking to, Jenna, specifically. Right here, there is an actionable item that is ordinance amendment for city code 151.054.
Yeah.
So this is the continuation of that conversation that you were told was going to continue to roll on.
Yeah.
I thought that you were saying that the city council had shared with you that in this meeting and next week's meeting, there was an expedited process for your variance. And so I got confused and so I apologize for my confusion, but I think we're heading in the right direction here. You were hoping it would be a conversation. It's on our agenda for the evening. And so it's absolutely going to be part of it and you're gonna have a front row seat for it.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
And the other thing that I would just add, Jenna, is I totally agree with you. The variance application and the ordinance amendment are two totally separate things. Your variance application was really the impetus for moving on the ordinance amendment. That's a separate thing, and
Yeah, changing the ordinance, so you wouldn't have to get the variance.
Change ordinance and they'll use a.
Here's where I'm upset about the process, is that if we would have had the checklist that had that, we would have been able to go through that and we would have been able to talk, figure out, okay, you cannot legally, state statute, what you guys said was, do the state statute, you cannot pass the variance, which means we would have never filed for a variance. We would have come in here, just like we are now, and saying, we would like you guys to change the city ordinance because we don't feel it's fair for you guys to tell us what we can and can't do with our property. So we're petitioning planning and zoning and city council to change the variance so that we could do what we want with our property.
To change the
We could
ordinance.
change over.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a 2-year project, just to be clear, like we bought the house knowing that our cars do not fit in the garage for whatever reason. Like we knew that this was going to have to happen. We spent 2 years planning and organizing and orchestrating. If we knew further upstream that we needed to be here a year ago, we would have taken the
You
steps.
would have seen me in March of 21, a month after we moved down here. Believe me.
Well,
Would have
it's,
seen-
but I'm gonna push back just a little bit too, because there has been a raft of information out on the website. And Renee's not here to defend herself, and I know we've had conversations too.
Well, I
about
fill out the
it.
various.
So, yeah,
Mhm.
and so, so there is, not, that's kind of, it's difficult when you're having different conversations with different people, and I'm no use to it,
I mean,
but.
it's on the agenda as long
Yeah.
as we're talking about it.
Yeah, the other thing that I will add to is that this body knows, and council does too, I think, that there are issues with our code book. And so there are
Mhm.
not just this ordinance amendment that we want to do too, but we do want to kind of like group them if we can. But like I say, your variance application was the impetus for really trying to move this. So
Right.
this one got moved up. Not-
And I get
not
that, I'm
March
just saying, if
last
you're
year,
reviewing
but-
one section, I would really
section.
urge you to do what makes sense in that space and not be like, oh, well, we're gonna change 18 other things, cause
Right.
again, it's Minnesota.
That's kind of where we.
It doesn't make sense to group too many things and then push it in front of council, in my opinion.
Right, so I think, so take one bite at a time. Looking at this situation. Totally get what you're saying. If I had a checklist. When I was going to apply for ordinance. The idea was, here's paper, put the checklist on, see if you fall within that. If you don't fall within that. Then maybe then you come to the council or come to planning and zoning and say, can we be close enough? But so. I think. One of the bites we should look at and, put it on our list. Is look at what we currently have. For paperwork for a variance. And. Come up with some changes to that make it in your face obvious. So we don't come into this again.
Yep.
Yeah, and also, and I think it has it on there, I could be wrong, this is our website, this is where you find the code, yada, yada, this is what the code is, or the code number. So make it in your face obvious. You can go do your own research, you can also see the checklist. Boom, that part's done. That's the easy part.
Yep.
Changing this. Is not as
Easy.
easy and straightforward, and it takes a little more time.
Yeah.
I think that changing that form. Is probably a quicker thing to do, but. So we've got a couple things to look
But
at.
the good news is we are starting that process.
Yeah.
And so.
Yep.
One of the things we have been doing, is that our second, after our regular business meeting here, we're having a workshop meeting. More just going through the existing code, and one of the steps we did do already was. Take everything that's out there on 1 million pages on our website, and we've condensed it down to. A single 500, almost 600 page document. So sorry, it's fairly ugly to look at, and it's really great reading if you're tired at night.
If you're an insomniac.
Yeah, but along with that, we do know we've got really a couple different reasons we'll change code. One, as things come up and we know there's spots that we need to fix. Another reason we do it is we are supposed to go through as an organization, and one of the fundamentals of zoning is usually about every 5 years, you should take a big look at your code, and you're supposed to do a land use plan and just make sure we're still running in the right direction. But the third thing that we know we've got coming up as well will be our sewer. So we know what we have today in this huge book here is not gonna be what we need to have in place. And so I know I've talked to a couple other cities that have gone through some similar things. So we will have, probably for many meetings to come for the next year or two, be having a public hearing 1 month. And then at the same time, we're doing one section of code. We're gonna be talking about, here's what we're thinking of drafting for next month's public hearing. So we will be starting to do all these changes, but along with that, with the recent activity we've had, not just yours, but a lot of other applications or just discussions that have been going on. We know all this stuff has to get done, but it kind of percolates stuff just a little bit higher in the food chain, I guess, of what public hearings we know we need to get done.
Yeah.
And so that helps us say, here's a need, let's look at these and prioritize these a little bit more. But knowing that we do have to follow the law, have to go and post a notice. Where do we post our notices, Sunny?
On the bulletin here
And-
and the post office
And
and the Zumbro.
News
the
and
News and
record.
Record is our
News and Record.
official newspaper.
News and record, yeah.
So we do have to follow that, but this does do the public hearing part to get that check mark. That does need to get done to satisfy state law, as well as our city code that says we have to do it. So we do have to follow all of that. But we know we can do it. We know we've got some work ahead of us, but like I said, it just makes it a little higher up on what we know we need to get done and what to attack first, since we do all have all these other moving parts. But we are taking those steps. So this is our first step, and anybody who's interested in learning about the lovely part of our city code, it's out there, and welcome to come to future meetings or Zoom them in if you really want. And it's gonna be great
I read the
fun.
majority.
Fine print reader.
I went through and read
Loves it.
Yeah.
all of them now, and I was like, why does it only go back to 17? So has it been condensed from? Cause on when you go for, well, these ordinances, right, the ordinances started in 2017 and then they go up through like 22.
This is code, not an ordinance.
No, this was on the ordinance section, not the code section, but the ordinance section. Cause I was just kind of drafting through all those, well, it was either.
And I think we're making
Ones
a
are-
differentiation between code and ordinances,
Yes.
which is what we've talked about before. Instead of having everything put
Yeah.
into one, but again, this is
Yeah.
what we were
Yeah.
given. And this is what we have to run off of is this. You know,
And it's common, I mean, the legal terminology is city code of ordinances. So it's kind of, and that's where it gets shortened to, but the legal documentation of creating and drafting and approving ordinances is to get them into your city code of ordinance book. But I do want to thank the two of you. I know it's been it's been a unique situation because you initially came in just for a building permit, right? And it was through that process that this variance issue even came up. So I know you feel like guinea pigs and I'm sorry for that, but I do want you to know that I appreciate you lifting this ordinance amendment up higher on the totem pole.
Maybe something we could add to that checklist or right on the bottom of it, it'd be, if just a little paragraph at the bottom of it says, if the checklist here doesn't fit the situation, what would be the best way to address this issue?
Right,
Yeah,
in additional
best way to
steps.
solve
The checklist is like a state level general, right? But it's like, how do other cities handle it?
What we should,
There's a lot of reasons for a variance, right?
what a lot of folks do, and I've looked at some other cities too, is here's your different applications, and there's a list on our website of 20 different applications, and you don't have a master's, none of us have masters in planning or specialized certifications, but we take the forms and you put this cover sheet of some kind with it, so people know which ones they're gonna grab. You guys, we can make sure we get more training, and we get more training too. But making sure that there is some kind of cover sheet, and if it doesn't answer that, it should cover, 90% of the questions that may come up. If you have other questions, zoning at Orinoco, we'll just have to get an email set up, and that's where things that we don't have the immediate answers for, or city staff doesn't have the immediate answer, at least we know we've got it.
Because it'll help the city staff. If you just do a simple one-page FAQ for
Yep.
the variance or permits that people are requesting, it'll save you Yes.
a world.
And then
Yeah,
we
I
do
will
have,
try.
and we do have other people that come in that have questions and before they do anything. Turn around and come to us and say, okay, this is what we're thinking about doing. What do you think about it? You know, and so that's been that way in the past too. So sometimes you can start this way before going the other direction, and we're open to talk to people if you have ideas and seeing if it fits, so,
We have that all the time.
all the time,
Being able
you
to
know,
have-
so,
I
but.
mean, for you guys and for citizens, just to be able to, like Kathy said, navigate as easily as you can through the code. Like I wanna go on and I wanna say, you know, garage addition, and it's gonna bring up anything that's pertinent to a garage addition, or I'm trying to buy land in Orinoco and build a house. Boom, okay, here's some things to consider, and I know that's a lot.
Okay, talk-
You gotta realize that we're only a city of, what, 1,800, and you want, you know, Rochester stuff, we just. We
You're
just
kind of
don't quite
talking
have
about
it,
a
so.
program that has a tickler in it to
Yeah.
bring certain.
Exactly.
But we just, you
I
know.
know there's not out there, and I,
It's.
And I always like to say, we're not there yet. I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of, but we, you know, we are making progress.
The good news
know.
is, once we get this pushed out, we know we've got some folks that we can say, hey, can you take a look and see if you have any feedback?
Well,
for us on it?"
you see us sitting here talking about, just trying to separate the parks budget from our budget. You know,
Yeah.
the software is
We're
pretty.
trying to get there, it's just, there's a lot that we were given to work through, okay? I mean, in budgeting we did last year, which was crazy trying to figure out the first year's budget without any of the correct information, so. Yeah,
Well, thank you for your willingness to be continuing to communicate with us about this. We absolutely appreciate that. So is the Keene update a wrap at this point? Are you two okay with everything that has been set up to this point, and we're gonna continue into our agenda? Very good. Item number 2, and hopefully I will say this correctly, Wangsness, is that correct? They're not here, okay. That,
Maybe go skip over the fence issue. We want to
Well,
do that?
let me see if Sunny has something she wants to say about this first, please.
Well, I would just say. You probably all remember that last year we did, that very close, variance that was approved. To allow for the new garage to be built, but that variance came with conditions, one of them being that the old. Detached garage in front of the house had to be removed within 3 months, so those
That
are
wouldn't be
kind of
double
those.
drive.
yeah.
Right.
But, so now he's asking for a second driveway. I didn't get a chance to follow up, but apparently there's an attached garage.
There is.
On that
there
house.
is, right.
And so he wants to keep that existing garage, but then have the second garage or driveway to the new garage.
I think there were a couple other conditions on there too, which was, you know, the culvert that needed to be done and different things that,
Right.
that had to be hit on that one,
Right.
so.
So this will be a public hearing though for next month's.
If, like I say, that would be my recommendation if you want to accommodate that or.
To move it
Okay,
on to
on-
public hearing.
On the public hearing, are they gonna have these other conditions already taken care of before the public hearing, or is that gonna come up during the public
Well,
hearing?
that's, that's.
Can we even
That's
have
our
it if they're
questions
not,
for them.
if those conditions
You can
haven't?
Haven't been
schedule a
met.
public
Then we
hearing.
shouldn't have a public hearing then, right?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because that was prior. That, because they wanted that variance before, they got it, they didn't fulfill the conditions of it yet.
Right,
That
Right.
doesn't stop them from applying for another.
For another
variance.
one?
We'd have
Okay.
to have a public hearing is my understanding.
I got one question. How did we approve, how did a garage get approved through a variance? Knowing that somebody's gonna want access to that garage and the driveway, not. The garage that's coming down has a driveway with a culvert, and that basically moving that culvert up the street to the other garage. How did that not get approved all at the same time?
It was, it was, it
Shouldn't
was,
be,
it
shouldn't be
was
two separate
conditional.
issues.
It was conditional of what was done during that time.
I get that, but the other ones needs to come out, but how did you get half of something approved? And now we're back here addressing the other.
Yeah, I'm not
second-
quite sure
I,
that one.
I
was
gotta
either.
pull that out. and-
Yeah.
and Take a look at it. That
So-
one. Okay.
So if you want to, just defer that one until later, we could bring it back with more details.
I
on
think that
to
that would
refresh
be a
our
good thing,
memory.
yeah, we have that, I think we should defer that one.
Okay, so we're gonna
Okay,
table
and
that one.
so, Johnson,
And is here, he's number 3 on the list. He also is applying for a variance to the city code 94.20, which you have your code books handy, or the city code allows for one driveway in residential districts. And he is wanting a second one, and he did provide kind of a sketch what he wants to do behind his. Do you have 2 detached garages?
Two detached garages, so it'd be the one on the east side, closest to the.
Right.
You mentioned the sign needs to be moved, so it'd have to be the east one, have to go signed by the other one, is there?
What's that?
It would have to be the east one, 'cause that's the only one that's signed by it, correct?
No,
So,
I didn't see drawing either.
so if you're familiar with his property up here on Fifth, it looks, almost like it should have like a drive-through. Yeah, and where is it? I have it right here. For tonight's meeting, I'll pass this around. But typically, we would share this at as part of the application
Is that Google Earth?
with the kind of, yeah. So if you can see this a little bit, okay, so he's got the house. And then he's got, at the end, he's got 2 detached garages already. And now, so he's got the one access in, and now he wants to have a second driveway to go to this pad for parking,
It'd just be for a snowmobile trailer or whatever kind of trailer I end up having, but right now it's snowmobile trailer.
yeah.
You're just talking, your regular 2-wheel trailer or whatever. but
Yep.
Not like a
Yeah.
camper trailer.
No,
is the pad already poured, Ken?
no, I'm not gonna do anything until I have approval. to do it.
Right. I just didn't know if the pad was already
No,
pre-existing.
'cause I'd have to bring some fill in.
Got it.
Yeah, you'd have to bring quite a bit of fill in to make it easy to. But
One of the concerns that I have, and just again in transparency, and it's in my note here too. You remember last year though, Ken, you'd raised a concern about safety issue with regard to the trees and stuff needing to be trimmed and such. And that was with one driveway. And so my concern is with a second driveway, if that's considered, how do you mitigate that safety concern that you had last year? Now, if you want to double up on the,
Well, it's a driveway with minimal use, it's gonna be a trailer backed into it every once in a while, and the trees are cleared now, so.
is that one big? Are you gonna have to come out of there for that pad?
There'll be 5 trees cut down
Okay.
that are right in the middle of where the driveway, where I want it to be.
Kind of what I thought, yeah, okay. That would mitigate some of Sunny's concern with the,
Well, those trees don't overhang the road.
okay.
Well, I mean, they do, but not low.
ones you're taking down.
Yeah. Well, with the city or the water project, they cut back a lot too.
The trees grow, right?
Well, this is actually farther away from the trees that were a problem last.
Okay. So the concern on safety issue was more on the west side?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just want to go from there.
Yeah, just once, so we can back it in.
We have everything in that we need to schedule that for next month.
If you're going to schedule that, then I will double check and have Phil do his report for you guys, although I don't know that that's maybe something we could do in-house.
The report process.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
The report process, you're talking about basically a comparison between the application and then the ordinance, correct?
Right.
How they blend together.
Well, and remember, when you're granting or denying any variance, you have to have the findings of fact.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
so that's, part of the development process as well, which, to be quite honest with you, given, my workload, that has been easier to send off to
I
the
was
planner
Just
and
thinking that.
because the thought process that goes into it, again, risk management for the city, right, is making sure that those are in place.
To me, you've got accounting software you're working on, you've got.
Yeah.
I
The
would,
website.
There's a number of
that we
things.
need to send that out.
yeah,
to
I
the
would send that
consultant.
one off.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
absolutely.
Do we have to make a motion to add it to our agenda or schedule a public hearing?
you do have to
You
do
do
by
the-
motion to set the
Public hearing?
date and time for public hearing.
So
Okay, do I hear a motion to set the time and date for this public hearing?
I move to set the time and date for this public hearing for next month.
I'll second.
June 8th, I have a second. Is there any discussion before we move to the question? All those in favor, say yes. Aye.
I,
All those opposed, say no. Motion is passed
It's what we're hearing next.
for a public hearing.
And just for clarification, the time on here was Thursday, June 8th at 6:40. But absent doing the other one, we could probably move that up at 6:30 for posting, is that?
I think we need to do it 6:35, don't we?
Is that what I said?
No, you said 6:30, but that's fine. I knew what you
We
meant.
had 5 minutes.
I knew what you meant.
Okay, 6:30,
Okay,
thank you.
you will.
6:30.
6:35.
There you go.
Yes, all right.
Okay. So, moving on into new business.
And I need my picture back for that.
That was good, no, that's exactly.
Let's see it again next. Thanks.
So between now and next month, or somebody's doing an analysis, is that we?
And
Yeah, they'll do a report and you'll get it. And it may not come by mail. I may call you and ask you to come pick it up, which is why I was trying to get a hold. of
so a
you.
question for you, how long does it take them from the time we send it out? Cause it sounds like I'd like to just make sure as we do public hearings, people get time to get a copy of the report of their own property.
Time to digest it.
Yeah, and decide that if it's even worth their while to move
Or-
forward with.
Well, but at this point, I mean, that's kind of why there's this process of kind of bringing, preliminarily to you to make sure that this is something you want to commit to a public hearing, because there's a cost right there that we've, but at this point, we've collected the fee. The application has been rendered complete in terms of that. I did waive the $50 fee between the old fee of $250 and the $300 that went into effect April 1st. So we're still on target with that. To answer your question, it takes, I try to give them at least a couple of weeks so that I have time to look at it too in advance of digesting it and making sure that I'm prepared to support it in terms of resolution form for council.
Yeah,
So-
because if the consultant is taking 2 weeks to get the report back to us, we literally have 4 days before the public hearing has to go into publication, correct? Because it has to be published 10 days prior to the meeting,
Right,
and we're talking 4-week
right,
window,
right.
and 2 weeks if that is burned up.
Well, so
And
I
consultant.
will tomorrow because, well, not tomorrow, because can I get this in the paper? Well, okay, so it doesn't have to go in tomorrow, but we do want to get this, now that you've all heard about it and think about it and it's on your radar, I'll send the work order to Phil along with the application and the materials that I have, and give him an opportunity to absorb it, digest it, and come up with a report too. But in tandem with that, we'll also be developing the posting for the public hearing, which is fairly straightforward. But again, with the paper only comes out once a week, so there are deadlines in advance of that to get it
And
ahead, so.
so that's once a week. Have we ever considered using post bulletin or something else that's more frequent?
Council has determined that.
News and
this
record is
the-
Our official, I know we
that's,
have to declare an official, and I was just
yeah,
curious.
yeah, that's where it's at. And then it's worked pretty good normally up to this point, and it's easier to find in news and record than it is
Yeah.
the post bulletin.
So with the Stantec, how long it takes them though? Is there a reason it takes them that long or on?
No, I'm
some-
just saying, I like to allow that.
Yeah.
window.
Okay,
Yeah, and
In
then
order
I
for
sure,
me
I just wanna make sure that,
No, they're not,
That
they're
we-
not in any way delaying the process
Yeah.
or anything, or taking, you
but you
know,
don't know what Phil's workload is either. We're
Right.
expecting it, he just sits around for us and he.
Right,
so.
But then again, we are paying them,
yeah, and I
we are
just-
paying them as consultants, and so their other workload should not be a concern
It
of
could
ours.
be other
And if it is-
consultants for other company,
Well,
other cities
It
too,
might
so.
just be something when we do get to our RFP that we just put expectations, what our customer service is we expect when Sunny sends them something. That we get a response back one way or the other within the first 7 days, at least here's,
Mhm.
and if it's more complex, it's 14. You know,
Yeah.
just whatever it
Yeah.
is. But my expectation is that we all get it back in time, so it's not 2 days before the public hearing and we're just getting it as a zoning commission.
right,
Or the people that are applying are just getting it or not even getting it at all before their public hearing. Because if there's things that they want to clarify or dispute, they may need more time to gather data to support why the zoning report they might disagree with.
Has this been a problem in the past, of getting it out?
For us to get the information has been pretty tight at times.
yeah,
Okay.
you know, the goal is always that you have it a week in advance. Admittedly, you know, that, you know,
No,
I'm
yeah, that's
Sunday nights, Monday morning.
Sunday night for Tuesday, yeah.
No, it's Thursday, you meet on Thursdays,
Right, but you get ready for planning and first for city council.
yeah,
That's a week later.
right, just a week.
Can I ask you a question? I know this is not mine, but I'm just curious, so the analysis that you guys are talking about for his variance, is it a different form of analysis that they would be doing, because it's a driveway? Or is there still, like, is it a full analysis of green space and hardscape and all these things, like, does it vary?
Well, your green space was not really a question with you guys off of that,
Right.
okay? And that it was more of the other, and there was a report that Phil came out with that you got, okay?
So
So,
we never got
Never
that.
got it.
You still don't have it?
Still don't
Oh,
have
I'm
it.
sorry.
So I'm just asking basically on his behalf, because if he's talking about a driveway, I'm assuming it's,
It would be a
For what?
different
He has
section
one
of
driveway.
code as well,
Yeah.
so.
so like, is it to confirm he has one driveway today and evaluate if he needs a culvert?
I'm assuming it's just to show if my addition of a driveway is gonna be a public hazard to the public, right?
Well, and, it's a deviation from city code, so, to do that,
Well, the last time I had a variance to add that garage, they basically asked 3 questions, you know, is your property unique? And I had no other option, and I met all 3. I don't remember what all the questions.
That was that
were.
check.
You do have a,
Well, I met every single one of them last time.
your property is along that, what used to be the lake,
Yes.
yeah, so it's,
It is unique in the sense.
Well,
that they're
my
not
variance
on
was full
site.
with my garage, that means-
I get that.
but we do have a public hearing though that we're gonna schedule. We are gonna send it out. If we can figure out a time frame from them. I just would like to make sure we all get it in time to digest it ourselves too, so,
Okay.
all right.
That's a good.
Okay.
So. Okay, move on. I'm not gonna go any further.
Okay,
Good question.
what was the question? I missed it.
Well, they didn't get a report that was done by Phil from Stantec that we got. Then the question came up, if they didn't pay for their application, do they get a report? That goes along with it, so
Or
that was
or is that part of, should that come out ahead of time so they see it? What is that process?
Well, here's the thing, that the applicant is not necessarily entitled to work product from a city's consultant, because the consultant is paid by the city. And is
But are they gonna,
paid to advise the city,
Right.
not to represent any applicant or, you know what I'm saying,
make
so.
sense?
It's a good question, yeah, does
Yeah.
make sense.
Cause the resident isn't really paying that fee. Is what you're saying too, right? Cause are we charging residents for that finding of facts?
Apparently not, if the other one was
No.
$600 and some dollars, be
Yeah,
over what the fee was.
cause if we're not, then that makes sense.
No,
But
because
if-
it's a consultant to the city,
Yeah.
not
Okay.
whether
See where I'm
that's
going
the
with this?
engine, yeah, I do.
Yeah, cause if we're charging people for it, they should be able to have it,
Right.
you know?
I agree, yeah.
I asked Sonny that too. I asked you, I said, now for the $250, when Stantec gets a report, then that's what I'm paying for, so I would get a copy of that, and you told me yes.
You asked if you will get a copy of it, and I said yes, but it's, your fee isn't just for that.
No,
But
you
yes,
told me it was
bigger
postage
picture.
and posting of the paper and everything, so.
Yeah, it's all that
Yep.
stuff, yeah. But, and like I say, I did try to, I told you, Jenna, in the email, I did, that was what I was trying to get a hold of
That
you
was the night. of
prior to the
council
meeting,
hearing,
yeah. Yeah,
Which wouldn't have been helpful because, you know, this meeting already had happened and it was
It was
an
already
hour
known.
before
was that
the
the
council
council
hearing.
meeting? Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, because you weren't here for the night that night that planning.
Oh,
was
yeah,
only-
you weren't here.
oh, yeah. So I was a time crunch.
So what, you know, I have just one more question here with that too. So when we get our packets with the agenda, what actually gets posted out on the website for citizens if they want to attend a meeting so they know what's going on? Because I know when I look at it, prior stuff, it looks like drops off, so maybe we have a setting on our calendars out there, it doesn't appear. But even like for tonight's, the agenda wasn't out there.
I never looked.
Is
so
that
I couldn't tell
babysitter
you.
stuff or is that? There you go.
Nope, agenda's not on the website at all.
It just gives
It just
you
has the
what
link
you need
from
for the
the
meeting.
Yeah,
It
Zoom.
has the Zoom link. So, I don't know, I was just. Should we be making sure the agenda's out there for folks or I don't know what we're required to do and I haven't checked statutes either,
We
but.
haven't been doing that, I think.
The agenda is not a required posting item. The meeting
That you put down is,
is a requirement.
Hearing, shouldn't the public know what
what's on the agenda.
Well. Okay, let me finish my thought. So I'm just saying
Mhm.
that, and so the required postings, and we do those by month. So those are what, because you have to have every meeting posted 3 days in advance. So there, excuse me, there will also be times where we'll have to do an amendment to that and revise the posting that's already out there. But that's why we always do those posted by, the date that it was posted. So you have that. I agree with you. Yes, the agendas would be nice to be out on the website. And again, I'll take the hit on this. We're a small staff. We're doing the best we can. We have the new hire that just started. She's finishing week 2. And one of the things that we will be counting on her for is to make sure that those kind of Facebook updates, web to, those kind of, and they're not by any, I don't want to diminish the importance of any of that stuff, but it's, it takes a bit of time. And so we want to, not just, I want her to be able to take ownership of some specific tasks. And those are things that will be delegated to her for going forward. So I hope you see some improvement and we'll go from there.
Is there agenda printed out too? Cause I looked for one of those and it seems just laying on the table. Like last month too, there was some stuff were printed out.
Yeah,
Your mind's scratched out on
you,
You can get a picture of mine if you want, but.
You can have mine and I'll pull up my
I'm just
iPad.
curious if you had them sitting out there like last couple of years or so. Table, I don't know.
No, I try to make sure there's another one available, but I don't, and
Just for my knowledge, on next month, after the public hearing and the announce for the report and the public input if there is any, I don't know where it would be, but does this end at P and Z then?
Into council.
We vote on a recommendation one way or the other. The recommendation goes to council, who basically will do a final vote on our recommendation.
Yeah,
But the-
we are an advisory council.
But the public
Yeah.
hearing portion of it is taken care of here.
It will go from here then to council next month.
usually a week later.
Yeah, because the bulk of it's done here, the finding of facts, all of that. We make our recommendations based on that. And then that goes to council with the finding of facts.
This is, I don't know if that was also for variance.
It's for anything that goes through planning and zoning.
Yeah.
and that's
That's a good
part
question.
of
Mhm.
And that's
what we're
part
trying
of,
to do in streamlining the process is so that it doesn't all get pushed on to council either.
and that would be a great question to just put on our Q&A on the top of every application. It's this kind of application. Here's the timing. How it works.
Very good. I believe we covered staff reports. On to new business. The first item of business is the action item of ordinance amendment, city code 151.054. We have a memorandum here from Stantec that I'm sure all of you have reviewed. And I know that this is going to be a topic in our workshop as soon as we get completed here. Yeah, it's after 8 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. And so, who would like to speak on this at the moment?
On this one at all?
Yeah,
Or you
or
wanna
do we
do it during
we
the
need to speak to this at this moment because it is on our agenda, it is on our radar. We are gonna be working on it as we are moving through our workshop tonight. And it is absolutely an action item this evening. So, does anybody have any comments they'd like to make at this point regarding that?
So what we've got here, it looks like it's a draft from Stan Tech of here's what our current code states. Here's proposed code. So if we wanted to, we could actually lift this proposed code. If we have anything we want to slightly tweak on it one way or the other, we could, but we could propose it as a text amendment. So with the text amendment now, help me out here, we'd also have to set a public hearing for a text amendment to get the code changed.
And that public hearing could be,
In June as well.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
do that on
maybe.
June 8th as well.
That'd be the right way to do it.
If
then it's
you're,
done in one shot.
yeah, if you're happy with that, it's kind of,
Did I get put on there?
you didn't,
I don't see your name in it, Brian.
you wanna just speak to briefly what you wanna
Yeah.
do? This is Brandon Radke. He owns, he sold his little house here, and you've got stuff you want
Is
to
that the buildings down by the buy-sell?
Had a billboard.
24 by 56 shop. But I talked to Sonny. Guess it was earlier.
Yeah, we had a 3 o'clock appointment and it came in the morning and it threw me off, I'm sorry. What day was it?
And Brandon, and you're wanting that on your property?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
and it would take the place of your,
yeah,
Take the place of the shop that you just
more of a
described.
bit.
yeah. Well, what I'm shooting for is to get water, but I'm owing to. I can't get it from the city and I don't think the neighbor is gonna sell it to me either, so I have to get a well driller in there. Drill a
Yeah.
well.
And the issue, I think.
Yeah, there's a picture she's got.
Yeah,
right
because
here.
you hadn't paid any of the application fee, that's why you didn't done that. Oh, you want to do that?
A picture of what it's sitting right there, right now, it'll sit right there. But there's the existing building on that picture there.
But were you or weren't you zoned for, or in the round for water and sewer?
Nope.
That's.
So that's out of
2030 is what I was.
2030, yeah, just like me.
But said I'm trying to get it from the neighbor over there. Offered him a pile of money and all
This
that.
guy over here.
Well, I called everybody you talk to, you call the welder and you go next door, go next door, city owner, go next door. And I'm trying and it just,
Not working.
well, I mean, I don't understand it, especially when you know there's water coming. I would pay $30 to the electric every month, pay half to grout the well shut, which is another couple thousand. Plus I offered them quite a bit of money already.
Which one's the neighbors at the you sell?
Yeah.
So this outline, is that your,
Yeah,
That's his property.
yeah.
okay,
Well, the back of it's actually right here where the fence is.
yeah, that's why I was asking. So this is yours?
Yeah, see, when, before the road went in here, there's 3 lots here.
Yeah.
And that was an easement to get back there before the road came through. So that doesn't mean anything anymore.
Okay, so it's not like a cartway.
No,
Okay.
but yeah, I'm trying to work with the neighbor next door, cause it just, I hate to drill a well. I mean, jeepers creepers, they actually just ran it right pretty close to me, but.
Mhm.
Yeah, the biggest thing, was that we needed because your application was incomplete. Because remember, we needed, the sketch, the survey that's gonna show where it sits
Yeah,
on here.
I'm not gonna pay for all that stuff till I get approval. Cause that's what that other lady said, oh, get blueprints and all that, but I've never gotten anything passed without coming here first. So that's why I wanna come here and,
So you're basically asking, is it possible
To do that. is
to
like-
do that, based on?
Before you turn
ordinances?
around and put the money down.
Yeah.
That's
I know,
that's
these guys are-
the right way to do it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying before I start trucking out money, that I just wanna say, this is the bill of that
Yeah.
drawing there of it. That's what it would look like.
Yeah.
What's the size of your property?
It's acre and a half.
Okay.
Okay.
That's really shallow, isn't it? if I
But
remember right?
that's,
The water, you mean?
No, the depth of the.
Yeah, it's long,
Long with deep.
it's long and skinny. That's why the building, where's the picture of that building?
I remember looking at it before.
Right here, that's why the building's long and skinny like that, you know. But it would fit good in there.
Even with the setbacks and everything.
You know, the only setback, I don't hit any of the,
Well, yeah, you have acre. and a half.
yeah, I don't hit any of the,
Yeah.
but that's. We talked about this a little bit. You wanna put it where this existing building is right now,
you know.
but that existing building is sitting right on a lot line.
No, that isn't old, that I own it to that property line, that thing you're looking at is. It means nothing anymore, it used to be an easement. I only owned them 2 lots at first. So before that road got put through there and they took my house. That's how you would have had to get back to that 3rd lot. Well, I bought it, so I own all 3 of them. And now you got the frontage road, you need access, there you go. That's an old, but if we put up the building, they'll probably resurvey it anyway. That'll come off.
But that's the piece that we're missing though, Brad.
Is a survey part of it?
Is the survey,
Well, it's,
so where it is, because.
right,
Because right now, I know to you, it doesn't mean anything because you own both this parcel and the one behind it. Right?
no,
So-
I just own it right to that fence line.
For this fence line,
That's it, right there. That's the fence, that's the property line.
this.
No, that dark line is the
Right
fence.
there, yeah.
I
That's
think it's
the
worthwhile
So
for him
you
to
see the
see.
property, line, that fence is right
There you go.
basically in line. You're probably seeing more shadow than anything that's on, it's like the shadows on the far side.
The
of the-
fence is what you're seeing.
But the
But-
parcel is in red.
I own that whole piece. This,
Both of these.
nope, this here, I own that.
That's true.
I own that.
Okay, oh, this strip goes
He-
to
yeah,
that
He
parcel.
owns,
and
you own all
this.
3,
Yeah,
Brad, this
yeah,
one back here
yeah.
too. Yeah. He owns it back up to.
But what I was telling her is back before this came in here, this would have been an access for it to get back here. But now that this is here. It doesn't mean anything, but like you say, if I get it approved. I'll have a surveyor come out there, they'll probably re-survey it and change that and get that off there, cause there's no need for it anymore.
But I think to be approved, we have to have a survey. Right, to make sure that,
It's kind of the chicken and the egg.
Yeah, so I mean,
Survey.
do we like the concept of what you're doing and have a problem with
Yeah.
that?
Right.
No, we don't at all, for what's going on. But for us to proceed, we need to have something to proceed with.
We have,
right?
we have to be able to prove that that works
Well,
on paper
so-
too, and
The builder that I had gotten hold of uses that construction management services,
CMS.
CMS. And they're surveyors and they would do the blueprint and the survey on it. I didn't know it'd have to be surveyed again.
or do you have a previous survey? Brad?
Well, it's gonna show, it shows it just like that because it's before
Oh.
before they put the road through.
Yeah, so you would wanna get it
Resurvey.
resurveyed. Because we wouldn't be able to make a recommendation until we would have that survey, but your size, I don't think there's a problem.
Right. So what do you suggest I do?
I shouldn't say that, I mean. We would have to dig into it, but it's.
the
not like
first
it's
step
huge.
is for us to be able to dig into it, is be able to prove it on paper to us, so we
Right.
can justify it as well.
Yeah, it's the fact saying, okay, yep,
It's again, that chicken and the egg thing, I understand totally.
So you
Yeah.
wanna survey the property first? survey of the property
Well,
before you do
I,
anything.
I think that maybe we could say this makes sense for us to look at it, for you to proceed.
Yeah,
But,
Yeah,
but
but
we
for
need
us to pass it.
We need to have the survey.
Yeah.
But we're in agreement with what you're trying to do.
Right.
so based.
I don't know
Well,
how else to-
what I'm ultimately after is to get
Yeah, I mean,
water in there so I
it's
can do sales in there. That's why I'm trying to
Right.
get water in there, but it's, like I said, I don't know what else to try.
Yeah, and I think just an FYI, all we really have to give you our thoughts on it. I mean, and you can't take it as a rubber stamp, but we would have to base our assumption on what you give us. But we can't make a final until, so cause I think what you're looking for is, hey, can I do it? Or should I just back away from it? Kind of like what these guys were asking,
Mhm.
you know, is it even feasible or is it even possible, I should say?
No, I don't.
So
I don't
you wanna
question
know,
that. I don't
is it
question that.
possible?
I don't question that part. If it's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah,
It's,
No, I mean, does it make sense? I would say.
it would be,
yeah.
it would be a nice thing. It's
Oh,
a,
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
brand new
It is a
building. It would look good.
Mhm.
Like I said, if I can get this guy next to me to give me water, I just don't understand it, but.
Mhm.
If you were my neighbor and you came up to me and needed water, and you sit there and say, oh gosh, we got an oversized pump and all this. You hand me a few bucks, you're gonna have water. I'm gonna help you. I just don't understand it.
yeah.
And then you call these well people, go over to that guy, go over to that guy. They don't even wanna drill a well.
Yeah.
You know, you just can't go, well, I'm trying.
Yeah, well, hopefully you can get something worked out with that guy.
Well, I'm gonna try the next neighbor. There's that 12 acres behind me,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're gonna build on that in 2 or 3 years.
So maybe you can go.
So
with
they're
Dan's.
gonna need water too, so,
See if they'll do a well agreement with you.
yeah, to try to get them guys, cause I just hate to drill a well and then turn right around and cap it, and it's like,
Yeah.
geez.
Well, I do know part of the thing with wells though too, is if you do share a well and they've got a mortgage, they have to do an amendment to their mortgage to include the well agreement between you guys. So it's gonna cost them money on that side too, just from the mortgage side.
To have a shared well,
Yep,
it's gonna cost them a lot more to have it by themselves. That's for sure.
But as far as the structure.
I think everything else looks good, yeah.
They'll get a hold of the surveyor. That's the next step.
Mhm.
Wonder how many thousands that's.
Well, I had mine surveyed and mine was what, 12?
Survey it and have the
1200.
building put in the survey. Have the building put in the survey where it's gonna.
No, I
Well,
don't.
you
I
gotta
don't-
get it where you got the property so that you can work off of that, with
Yeah,
what
we just-
Sunny has to go by.
Yeah, we just need to know for sure, what is the property line and how many square foot is that property?
Is it because of that easement thing on there? Is that where the confusion's coming from?
Because based on what I'm seeing, where you propose building that is right on the property line. And I understand you're saying that, so there's one parcel that's outlined in red. And then I know you're saying that this is going back to another parcel.
But I own,
But-
it. I own.
And
it.
you own it, but that doesn't negate the fact that they are two separate parcels. And it's sitting right on the parcel.
It's not a parcel,
Unless-
it's an easement. It's not a deed, it's,
It's a deeded easement, right?
no, it's not. It's part of that lot that it's sitting on.
Yeah, it's
It's
the
part of
drive
that
for
lot.
that property.
Like if I sold that property, you would get that whole
Right.
thing.
so in this whole process, are you taking your parcels and combining them into a single parcel, or you're gonna still leave them separate?
Don't know. I
That's
mean,
the other
it's-
question.
But that parcel that you wanna put it on is 1.5 acres itself.
No, all of it.
Oh, it's all 1.5 acres. Okay, so that might change things.
3 lots.
All three lots combined
Equal
is an
acre.
hour.
Yep.
So will that change things though? If they're not combined in terms of square footage of the building? If he's just putting it on one
It's not a
lot,
residential lot.
Hmm?
It's not a residential lot.
Well,
It's all
and,
commercial property.
and again, I'm not so much concerned about the size because we know the size of your building. My concern has to do with the setbacks.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have to
Yep.
prove that
That
you
meets
can, you're
setbacks.
meeting the setback.
It's 6 feet, I think, on the back.
And that's where the survey would just put it in black and white.
Yeah.
And that, yeah, that's,
Survey to establish that.
Good.
right?
I
But
understand.
we like the concept.
Yeah, well, it's good.
Okay,
I like
so-
it too, but I like it a lot more if I have water to it.
Okay, so now is this the building you're doing?
Yep,
Okay, and that is the one that you came in with?
yep.
Okay, so I can have this?
Um. This one might not
That's
be,
the nice,
no, this one ain't right either. It's 48 foot, so it's not.
okay.
I went to Menards and I told the guy what size it was and I got home and I opened it up and he did it at 48. So it's not even really correct, but it's just to show you, still look the same.
Yeah.
Same thing, but.
So that's the biggest thing with your application, Brandon, is it's incomplete because you did say you're not quite sure that's what we had was the one you were gonna build. So we need to know that, and we need to have the survey that's gonna show the placement of it on the property. Those two things. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you.
yep, thanks a lot.
Yep.
That,
Good luck with your garage.
okay. That's city code 151054. So my question at this moment in time for the commissioners is the remaining items on the agenda. Are these things that we want to move through right now in a timely manner, or do we want to move these things into our workshop situation for tonight and then have a report on what we did in the workshop on these items in our next meeting? You guys want to work through them right now and get it done and begin our workshop probably close to 9 o'clock.
I prefer we work and get stuff done.
Well, we're gonna get it done one way or another.
I think trudge through it right now and.
Okay, that's all I'm
part of our
asking.
meeting.
How long is our workshop?
It can be as long and as short as we want it right now, cause I know we're
I
kind of,
want to be here at 10 o'clock.
I don't either.
That's too long.
I
So
think,
I would say, go ahead.
I would say, let's get the business done that we have to get.
Yeah,
That
'cause that can-
supersedes
that's
anything else.
Really, to be part of our workshop, really.
Well, with
So
this,
I
with
would say
this
let's hammer this out.
ordinance amendment, this is what is going to be a main topic of discussion in our workshop
Yep.
tonight.
So let's-
And it's
let's
going to
hammer it.
be working on the text amendment for this, correct? And getting all of that piece settled so that we can go to public hearing with it, correct?
Right.
Yep.
So is there any other discussion that needs to take place with this? Because we're actually going to be working through this text amendment in our workshop tonight.
The only thing is that in a workshop, you cannot take any action, any formal action.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to set the public hearing for this, you would have to agree on the language.
Extension or amendment.
And
Do we have to agree on the language of the text amendment, or can we agree that it's going to be a public hearing on June 8th and that we can do the text amendment after the fact and then submit it in the publication?
But even
What
prior
I've
to-
seen usually is where you have your draft and that you set your public hearing. And then at your public hearing, you take what you've published, your draft. You can always at the public hearing, tweak it and make changes too.
But what I'm hearing is we can't do this in a workshop. So we have to say, this is part of our
Right.
meeting. This is not our workshop.
Correct.
We do
So
this as part of our meeting. So we can take action on it.
Workshop is education.
Yeah,
this is
This
action.
functional work and action is gotta be part of the
right.
meeting.
So
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm saying.
we're-
So we're
so-
extending our meeting. The workshop may not be at the time we're talking.
Well, so then what we're talking about right now is starting to work on the text amendment right now.
Yes.
Let's do it. Is everybody in agreement with that?
If we can't move forward with it.
Right.
Just do it now.
Okay.
Want to go through it, so.
Okay, looking at this chart was very enlightening, the huge jumps that are going with the.
Yeah.
The 1 acre or less to 2 acres or less. As I was reading through it, what they were talking about was 5% or less of total property for outbuildings on the 1 acre or less properties, correct? But once you move up to the, let's see, where did they describe it? Once we're moving into the 4 acre category, we're getting to 2.5% of overall lot size.
Or total too, because there's another outbuilding allowed.
Well, for
And
the
over
4,
4.
it's actually 3 outbuildings.
No, if you go to the next one, it's over 4. That's when it goes up to 4. Versus what the original one,
Which
which
sheet
was
are you
3.
looking at?
The one that was right behind it.
Right behind the graph.
The one that has red on it. Yeah, I'm looking at the same one.
No, I was just going down to where it said 1 to 4, less than 5, or less than 7.
Are you looking at the blue or the red?
I'm looking at comparing the blue to the red.
Okay.
Because maybe you're looking at something the rest of us don't have.
What, you don't have this?
It's at right the page after the graph.
That's okay, you see it.
And so we're at 151 and 54. Well, and this was something we talked about a couple of years ago, and before any of you guys were here, I don't even think that you were on the commission at that point.
We talked about this.
We did talk about it. Yeah, it was the 5%.
Yeah, it was that situation I brought up where the guy said, I've got 10 acres. And really your code says I can put 1,000 square foot building per acre. Do you want? I could do 10,000,
Mhm.
you know, so yeah. Makes sense.
Well, I guess I don't understand, why does it just get a complete sliding scale?
Well, that's what
That's
we're
what-
talking about, making it with adding in that percentage.
It's not a sliding scale is the problem today. It's.
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
That's so choppy.
It's a step.
Foot size, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, and they did. Give their proposal or their suggestion. Do we want to talk about that? Just start
Yes.
there,
Go ahead, start.
Hmm.
Mhm.
cause they're proposing 5,
And they being who?
Sandtech.
Mhm.
So they're proposing 5%. I don't understand. So 5% to 2.5% standard.
So if you look at this, okay, and you look at the chart. Okay, what they did is they kicked that out. As it went, all this being at 1 acre,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Then they turned around and went from this to this. But they did it on the difference on the lot size, okay? So here's your square foot,
Your lot.
okay? And this was the old one, that was the current code, so let's go with the proposed is this one, okay, so they went up. The other graduated that up,
Yep.
Well, and just as a case model, let's use your property for an example. So you guys, I'm sorry?
just under an acre.
So,
Right, you're
just under-
0.82, correct?
Yeah.
How much
Okay,
was
so,
What's that?
What was the square foot?
The lot size?
Thirty,
I'll tell you.
I got my thing on here, it's
38 something.
35,760
So,
square
so,
feet.
so on that one, they would say that you're good for 1,750 square feet.
I came up
Yeah,
with
that,
35,719. Is that what you said? That's square footage.
Maybe I said 760, yeah, square footage of 0.82.
Yes.
Yep, yep.
Okay, and so if we take that and we multiply it by 5%,
5%, should be
Yes.
1772.
1,750 is, they broke that up in
Yeah.
between here is how it's done.
They just kind of rounded numbers.
Well, no, they kind of did it not as a complete curve, but a
Yeah.
much smaller step.
Mhm.
yeah, so 1786, if we're rounding up, is what you would be allotted if we had the
Our-
5%
And
rule.
you're at
And our
17.
total garage square footage, this is why I was confused with Phil, because Phil kept saying 1,800 and something. But it's based off of exterior.
Well, he was looking at the current one plus whatever else was going on is where Phil was coming when he was
Yeah, he
talking
was
about.
getting 748 on my current one, but it's based off of outside of foundation wall, which is 32 by 22, which is 704 square feet. Then the new one's at 27 feet by 32, and then another 14 and a half by 14 and a half. Rounds you up to 1,062 plus my 700.
Let me try to show you this, which, you guys got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're right where you're looking at. So if you're looking at, let's say it says 1,750. Okay, and what was the one that you had proposed?
1,062.
So.
but total.
No,
With the 700 and whatever,
Coming out at 1,800.
Yeah, total square footage would be.
It was not 1766 or something.
704 plus
Existing plus the addition.
1,062, 1,766 square feet
Correct.
total.
Yeah, so you.
So you'd still be
I'm just shy of 5%.
1,500, yeah.
yeah,
I think we did the math
16.
last time and you were just under 5%.
that's exactly where it went.
19.8 square feet
Yeah.
shy of.
'Cause I ran
5%,
numbers and I
just
asked
because of How
Bill-
we have to attach it.
We have to attach to the house gap.
Yeah, because I asked, I ran
well,
numbers
you're
last
a little
meeting
bit, I
and
mean,
asked Bill.
it depends upon.
Percentage wise,
If
it
you're
was
looking
under,
at
and
still
had you guys
5%,
done it not as a garage or accessory,
Yeah.
it would have been just a regular
Yeah.
addition and allowed. It was that
I see.
fact that it was an accessory and that it was hardcore to
5%.
feet versus a percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
so-
just rule of thumb, have it like this.
Yeah,
So it's like, would it matter if I put a sink in there, like?
They carpet
Could you
it?
consider it, yeah, it's gonna
Carpet
be,
it
it's gonna
and
be,
put it in there?
it's gonna have a sink and it's gonna be heated, so does it, is that considered, can I put a cot out there and
You can
say
live
it's
there.
my, yeah,
But
my section?
go ahead, Sonny.
A giant doghouse for you.
Yeah.
So
Right.
as we look at this, though, the proposed code would be a percentage based on acreage. And Phil and Stantec did give us kind of a breakout of how that would look in reality, and that's the red and the
Right,
blue.
Mhm.
But the code itself would be just this little bottom piece of this one sheet, that, sorry, mine's not in color, but this bottom half.
right.
What we would propose for a text amendment, should we want to borrow this draft that they had and take this as our own? And I would like to propose that we at least consider this as a text amendment for the next meeting as a public hearing.
I would, you're proposing it? then?
I am proposing it.
Then
yes,
I will
am.
second that, okay.
Well, is it a motion or is it a proposal?
I would like.
I would like to move to do,
Paul, what are your
So you have a
questions?
second for discussion.
Yeah, so we have a motion.
I'll take it as a motion to have this as our text amendment if somebody else would like to second.
And
I
we have
did
a
a second.
second
I did a
from
second
Jim,
on that
so
one.
now discussion.
Yes,
Now-
please.
I see our chart here goes up to 20 acres. Do we have any 20-acre lots in Orinoco? In the city limits? I know there's some fairly large lots in some of the very west.
Probably good to put it on
Yeah.
there because it's not,
You,
I guess I'm
Right
just
next to
looking,
me.
okay?
Yep.
But something that should really be considered. You're looking at going with a percentage, maybe we should consider going with, I'm just throwing it out there, 5% up to 4 acres. And then have the curve change at 4 acres on up.
It does, it changes to 2.5%.
That's what it does today.
No, that's a proposed.
That's
That's the
proposal.
proposal. The bottom part's the,
And it's the number of buildings too for accessory buildings.
so the cap of number of buildings is still there for those very large ones, but less of that. Percentage wise, otherwise, if you left the flat percentage without that ceiling in there to cap it. Yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. You could end up with a very, very much larger building.
That's what I say, is you see with 20 acres, you're looking at 7,500 square foot building. Man, oh, it's, works too good to residential neighborhoods, but.
Although if you've got 20 acres,
Yeah,
You can put it away with people and say.
Well, and that could be up to 4 separate buildings as well.
Right.
Yeah.
mhm. Yeah, that was that other scenario where they said,
Is that why you have that barn over there?
huh?
So, okay, so, were you finished with your thought?
No, yeah, pretty much.
Well, I, just kind of legalese kind of concerns about, okay, so on the 1 to 4 acres, you get 2,178 square feet plus, that reads plus 2.5% of the lot area over 1 acre.
I think it should read or, shouldn't it? Instead of
Well,
I
plus.
don't know, that's my question, it's kind of like, we're changing the text.
so the
You know,
way it's, yeah.
Yeah, look at
It
the
used
first
to
one
be
reads
up here.
1,000 square feet or 5%.
Mhm.
The next one should
Whichever
read,
is greater,
yes, 2173 square feet or 2.5%.
Yeah,
And then whichever is greater needs to be added into that statement, I believe, doesn't it?
So
because the next one, the third one, ends up being,
Over
it's
4
still
acres.
plus
well, what,
2.5% of lot area over 1 acre. Or 7,500 square feet, whichever is less, so I'm.
so here's
wondering
what I
if
think
that
Phil did, if you look
calculation-
at the math, so that 2178. That is actually, if you max out at 5% with 1 acre, that's 2178. So what he's saying is, you get that first acre is 2178 at 5%. And everything from 1 acre up, you're only getting 2.5%.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So the 3 acres would be 130 some odd thousand square feet at 2.5% would get you another 3,100 square feet of accessory building, plus the 2178 gets you to 5,400.
It equals the math. The bottom
Yeah.
equals the math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, the math works,
Got it.
but that's where that 2178 is, and that's why he starts at that 1 to 4 acres.
Because it is
And
that one.
that's, that, you're doing that 1 acre cutoff, so everybody, if you've got 1 acre or less, you're at that 5%, and anything over an acre, you still get your initial 5% of
Yeah,
1 acre.
plus you get,
And then after, any foot after that, you're getting a little bit more garage size, but not 5%, you're only getting that 2.5%.
Right.
Mhm.
so we shouldn't have to change that verbiage.
I think it's okay.
And so do we need to put any maxes in there? Or like the 7,500 square feet and over 4 acres? Or
Whichever is less.
are we, well, this one,
So
so
it's
do we
75
need to add, like this has whichever is greater, are you saying that we need to add whichever is less to this statement as well? The 1 to less than 4 acres?
No, I
Okay.
think that one's okay.
Okay.
Because that's still on our chart, gonna go up to that 4 acre piece. You'll still get that first 1 acre's worth plus
Hmm.
acre 1 point whatever up to 4, you're gonna get that extra 2.5%, so. Your max is gonna be 54.45 at a 4 acre lot. And then if you're in that 4+ acres, you're still going all the way up, but really there's no benefit to owning more than 7 acres, cause there's a ceiling on there of 7,500, no matter how much land you own.
For that one,
Right.
yeah.
That ceiling is at 7,500, and that's what that 7,500 square feet does, whichever is less, puts that cap on there, a ceiling.
So the chart comes up 7,500
Yep.
feet.
Yep, if you look at the chart, you'll see there's the cap at, the magic number is 7
Mhm.
acres.
So what's theoretically, if 7,500 square feet is the max you can have in accessory buildings. But you can
Combined.
have 4 of them.
Right.
If you're over 4 acres or more, you can do 4 buildings up to a combined total of 7,500.
I understand
Yeah.
that, but what I'm saying is, what's the average size of that building then, if you divide that by 4?
It could be whatever they would like it to be, is how it's set up right now.
Well, if
But
you're
if you-
dividing it equally, then it's like, what, 1,800 square feet per building approximately?
I don't know, that's my question, I
Yeah.
don't have the calculator with me.
So 7,500 divided by 4
1900.
is 1,875. 1,875.
Per building.
Yep,
On 7 acres.
or
Or
up to
more.
4 of them.
Or you can divvy out and you have a 12 square foot outhouse.
A lot of she sheds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so see if you had more acreage, you could have 4 of the kind of garages you want to put.
7 years looking for land between Lakeville and here, and this is what we. 7 years. trying to-
Yeah.
But this is your forever home.
Well, this is, yeah, her office will be my hospice rooms.
Hopefully not too soon.
No,
Okay,
So I am good with the 7,500 as a ceiling in there. And whether, the way it's written right now, whether you have your 12 square foot outhouse and other
Whatever you want.
buildings,
Whatever total.
you know,
You can't have an outhouse.
she said,
he does. With a baby in it.
I'm sure that that's in the code, but
oh,
maybe not.
Yeah, they make you nail a door shut, even in the country.
but accessory buildings, whatever the definition is of accessory buildings.
okay, just plain devil's advocate here. If we've got somebody that owns 20 acres and they've got 871,200 square feet, and we're limiting them to 7,500 feet of outbuildings, are we gonna be hitting a wall there ever that we're gonna? need
That's where
to-
they have a couple choices with that much land. You can go the variance route, or they also have the ability at that size to do a lot split.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's the thing. I just want
Yeah.
to have choices that are available when we put that kind of a ceiling on the possibility of acreage this size.
But it's also how much is available inside the city limits that's dealing with that size right now. And I don't think you have that much, do you?
But if we get some
There are some.
annexed in at some point in time.
Okay,
as well.
there's a difference.
Annex, and
Yeah,
then
there's-
always say, okay, we're annexing in more land, so then we need to also look at that again.
Yep, so I think it's good to keep it in there, and it's not that,
No, I think that this is good. I like it. I think it makes a lot of sense.
I think it's much more reasonable with what we want.
Yeah,
It is, and it
Yeah.
gives us some flexibility in the future as well. If we've got the larger lots, those owners are gonna have some
And it
choices.
doesn't stifle people.
Right,
Exactly, from using their property the way that they desire.
allows them to make their
Well,
property
we-
worth more.
Do you wanna set up a public hearing for this for?
Well, we've got a
before we
motion
get-
right now to make
Discussion.
this our text amendment. And so right now we're in the discussion for that motion. And so is there any further discussion about this? Sunny, you look like you're thinking hard right there, girl.
There's a lot going on, no, I just,
You're allowed to share any reservations or concerns or so. We want to hear what you have to say.
no, basically what he's doing is taking, we right now have 5 different categories. We're condensing that into 3. making it a more formulaic
Mhm.
calculation. That allows some flexibility then in the.
And it seems like it's a more fair platform
Yeah.
to work
Yeah.
from.
And it's
Yeah.
not out of line with what I think we want our city to look like.
Right.
Well, and not only that, but this is based on what other cities that are of similar size to us are doing as well, correct?
The one thing that it doesn't take into consideration at all is topography. Because even if we still have setbacks to meet, right?
Mhm.
And that's another piece of it. It's not just this
Yeah.
part of it, but it's setbacks on parcel. It's topography in terms of, I don't know if.
Like a ravine or
Do
something.
we, yeah.
But with a variance,
But our current code
with
doesn't.
a
have that
variance, you
either.
can do that with a ravine or something that there is, that's already written in there, okay? so-
It would be a unique characteristic to that particular
Right.
property.
Exactly,
that-
so then you could do a variance, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're.
I like it.
You start getting into, cause I think you have a lot of areas, I could be wrong, I haven't looked at percentages, but you have some, some floodplain areas in the city, right? And some wetlands and not just ravines and stuff, but
So,
But I'm just saying, if you could handle that with a variance instead of trying to put it in. Would give us a break to be able to do that if somebody comes in with that. This would be better to have just. For concrete for everybody that's working with it to make it straightforward.
Well, and also they're gonna have to have surveys that show that what they're proposing has to fit within the topography of the property. And so I think that, I think we've got a lot of our bases covered here.
To me, you
All the-
wanna write
all the
stuff that's-
Setbacks are a totally different issue. But are the ravines involved in our setback? Part of our setbacks, is that something that's involved? I know it is from
Well-
lake beds and rivers and stuff like that, as
And I
a
was just-
general rule.
yeah, and I was just gonna ask that question about wetlands. So let's say someone has 4 acres. But maybe they have 3/4 of an acre of that 4 acres is wetland. So, and they have to meet specific setbacks, as setbacks, do you consider that wetland? Or Paul's saying, do you consider that ravine? Where do you measure the setback from? Cause that ravine,
You're
Could
gonna
be
get
a lot of
water
space.
runoff
Yeah.
off a building,
But
and it's gonna,
But-
it can cause other drainage issues,
But
especially
you
with the
could
ravine.
look
Yeah, I
and
think
say,
you got
what
it.
if on all kinds of
No, I know.
variations that there
Even
are,
if
I mean, you
it's
can
gonna
go.
hit 95%.
Exactly,
Right,
and this will do it, otherwise.
yeah, it will. I was just
If it doesn't
curious.
fit this, that's
Good
where you've
variance.
got your variance, your condition,
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
where you go.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you'll go crazy on the what ifs.
Because those
Yeah.
are gonna be your unique characteristics of a particular
And
property.
that's why.
This is gonna hit most of
Yeah.
our, 90-95%.
And that's why we wouldn't have to put a statement in there like of usable property or something like
Right.
that.
But that's also where, if this can hit 90-95% of it.
Yep.
Then when people come in, apply, they're not even gonna end up potentially in planning and zoning if there's not a variance
Right.
need, if there's not a need to change stuff. If it fits what's already there, it just moves on in the process.
Yeah, I was just curious. So, yeah, what if you have like wetland?
Well,
is there-
wetlands
that-
are
that-
actually a whole different section, because if we make any changes to wetland code, we have to notify the DNR, and there's some other rules and state laws.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
But I
that,
was just wondering
that's a
about
really.
And you're not.
Yeah.
Don't even go there.
Yeah,
don't even go
That's a whole different topic of discussion.
The wetland is a whole different topic itself.
Yes.
But when it comes to lakes and rivers and stuff, the setbacks are completely different. and-
Right.
And the DNR has
Absolutely.
its own rules for that.
Right,
stuff.
and that would still
And
have to be
buffers.
followed. This is,
Absolutely.
This is just.
that
I
would
think-
again be another unique property.
Right,
But I
I think this
think
is
this-
95%. This
Absolutely.
covers it and it
Yeah.
makes it simple.
Yeah, and my question was just a side note.
Yeah.
That's all, like,
Hold on just a second, please.
Because
I'm
The-
sorry, Andrew had a
Oh,
question.
I just had a question as far as maybe we could ask Phil this, right? Like, so when he looked at mine, do they look at FEMA's like 100-year floodplain too, right? Because the back of my house, the back of the pine trees shows that it's gotten that high. Now, that was also before they dug the holding pond behind my neighbor's house. But I don't know if they look at something like that, like, hey, you're in a floodplain, so we can't grant you a permit to give you
So
a building in
FEMA,
a FEMA floodplain,
so
what
the
they deem floodplain.
FEMA floodplains are something more gonna be driving what you can do for mortgages. It doesn't mean you necessarily can or can't build. It just, that's gonna be a different part of the code. But when you look at mortgages and how it works with floodplains and if they're gonna require private flood insurance, you can do different requests through FEMA. There's really a couple of different options to have a site survey showing that only your house is in the floodplain versus accessory buildings. And that makes a difference when you're doing
Yeah,
mortgages.
but there's a lot of buildings in Rochester that are sitting in floodplain. Big time.
They paid $600 a year for flood insurance at my
Yeah.
place, but then they never put a sump pump in the sump basket.
Really?
What? So, I mean, I get it. 'Cause
Yeah.
They
Well, and-
told me that the water had been all the way back up to the backside of the pine trees, which is pretty level with the back of the walkout. But that was also before Tom and Matt built their houses, and then they dug that retention pond out behind theirs.
Yeah.
So now that thing will fill up in a matter of a couple hours during a hard melt.
Yeah.
And then kind of flow back behind our house. But FEMA classifies behind my house as a flood.
So
But
then
you
you have,
can
then you have
do-
lakefront.
Whole different thing, but you can actually apply to FEMA to have your a letter of designation of flood zone changed if there's just certain, this is getting into what I do for work, so. Yeah, you can do a LOMA or a LOMC. There's
Okay.
just different things out there, and if your house is not sitting in the floodplain itself,
Yeah.
that opens up different options, just.
So city doesn't care, like, hey, you wanna build a floodplain, you look at
What we
quarter.
care about would be setbacks from waterways, things that are, the DNR is involved in, things like that, and that is definitely within our realm here. But when we do touch those bits of code, depending on which sections they are, with wetlands and different things, we also have to notify the DNR, and that's state law, and it's actually in our code as well.
Okay. Sunny, you had something that you wanted to say.
Oh, I was just saying, you said that yours was just, your question was just on tangent or something. But I was just bringing this up because again, I'm always, and it will become easier the better acquainted we all get with the code book, but I'm always concerned about just a spot addressing issues.
Yeah, because what does that trigger
Yeah.
in other places
yeah.
in the
Me too.
code?
So it wasn't a devil's advocate or kind of thing like that, but I do want us to be always thinking about not just this,
The ripple
but
effect.
this.
Mhm.
I wanna make sure when we make this change, it's, if there's 5 different zoning sections of the code, that it goes into all 5. That's one of the things I
Right.
look at and think
And how
about
it's
too.
gonna impact
Well, not
us.
only that, but that it doesn't conflict with anything else that we
Right.
have in there.
Right.
Absolutely.
And that's the piece that, I can't. When we post this, we'll end up posting it just for this 151.054, but just know that ultimately,
It could come into conflict with something else.
Yeah.
Well, we need to have our noses in this big fat book then, don't we? And be looking for the stuff that.
well, and here's the thing too, is I am far more interested, and I think you'll agree. If we find something that needs fixing, let's fix it, not let's just acknowledge it and leave it there.
Yeah, and move on.
Yeah.
And go back to playing devil's advocate a bit. What else could our changes affect? Your experience, you probably better on it a little bit, probably more than most of us, but.
Well,
what other things would it-
just in terms of how we're going to define, if we're going to define how wetland might come into play, floodplains, buffer zones. from all of those areas.
And this is only pertaining to residential, right? Like this doesn't cross over into the commercial. This ordinance is strictly for
Residential
It's
districts.
residential because there's
low
no,
density,
Yeah.
high density.
One and two,
because
yeah.
if you sit and think about it, commercial, the whole thing would be accessory building.
So the actual
so-
title of this section is accessory buildings in residential districts. So it'll be any district that starts with the letter R. So an R dash and then whatever. And the bigger and the smaller the numbers is how dense or how many, is it a single family versus you can put up to an apartment building or something else in their townhouses.
Okay, and I'm just dropping down to 1.151.057. In residential districts, each principal building shall be at least 12 feet from any other principal building.
You said 057?
Yep, couple
Yeah.
pages later. That's basically a drivable distance in between each building.
This is,
We're talking about an attached garage though, so.
yeah, this is an attached garage.
It's,
not a
there's not gonna be
detached.
any driving distance in between the
I
buildings.
think she's talking about the whole.
Well,
I think Sunny's kind of addressing it, the whole program, and
Yeah.
changing it all.
Right.
Well, and so that would be if we are going to the 5% thing. And they want to put an accessory building that is separate from their dwelling. And it doesn't meet the code for setbacks and all of that, then they can't do it.
It's a setback thing.
or they come back for a
Or
variance.
they come back for a variance.
So that would be if you want it closer than 12 feet,
Have to have a variance.
it would be a variance.
Mhm.
I think that's still good to keep that in there.
Mhm.
It's for fire trucks or anything else that there is to have access to be able to
Oh,
get through.
yeah,
them. So,
I'm
mean,
just saying, you know, like if you're gonna have, you know, 4 buildings on a, you know, to make sure that it, I'm just saying, changing one thing could lead to.
Well, and I agree with that, but do we wanna have Phil go through everything to figure, I mean,
Well, that's one of the
Well,
things that I
no,
want.
that's part of what we're doing.
no, I agree
Yes.
with that, I agree with that,
Is,
you know, I don't,
yeah, we are not gonna. do.
Right, but when it comes to stuff like that, is that just part of, shouldn't that be right into all of the setback regulations? You know, we have to be so far from another building.
it's already in there.
Well, the setback would be the
Sorry.
setback from the
I know-
edges of
I know it's in there,
properties.
but
Yeah.
It's in here, but is this just all setbacks? No, you have setback rules.
That'll be
from
good
streets
reading
and
for you
right-of-ways.
this next week.
I got a lot of reading.
Yeah,
all
I
that
mean,
right now.
yeah, I mean,
Take the
that's,
book
that's
and
just an
at night.
odd one that it's not your front yard setback, your back setback, your side. It's just this odd one and I don't know why it's there by itself, but I'm just.
My guess is you are
For fire,
for emergency services or to be able to
get in there.
get to the different sides of the buildings. Might be something to look at for a future.
Mhm.
I'll put a note.
But I think that that's.
I've
I think
now
that's
started-
good. Well, how many times has that come up so far? It hasn't, so it's like, okay, it seems to work, so.
That's part, that's.
But it
part
might
of-
be
that's
something
part
that
of-
we research offline and come back and just see, what do other cities have in their ordinance? Cause I don't know that we're gonna come up with an answer on that one
Mhm.
without doing more research. So I'm gonna take it in my book, cause
Okay.
I've now bought tape to
I was
start
just gonna say,
working on
that's
my
kinda
book.
clever.
About that fancy colored tape, just to make notes for that stuff.
Scotch tape, I can paint with it too.
Rotate.
All right,
Okay, is there any further discussion about this? So I believe in, and correct me if I'm wrong at this point, but I believe that the question at this moment in time then becomes, we will be adopting for the purpose of text amendment, the language that is written here. And so a yes vote is, this will be our text amendment. In this, yes, in this document in red, this will be our text amendment. A no vote would be, no, I don't want to, okay? Adopt this as text amendment. And this text amendment will be what goes forth into the public hearing on June eighth.
Yes.
So all those in favor of adopting this text amendment to move forward into the public hearing on June eighth, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion is passed. This will be our text amendment for our public hearing on June eighth.
At 6:40.
6:30.
So it's 35.
What is it?
35.
Oh, do we have to assign it?
You have to have
Does that
another-
its own public hearing?
We have one public
Yeah.
hearing already at six
It has to have its own public hearing, right?
Yep.
Right.
We don't
Okay.
know what time the other public hearing is going to end, though. How do we juggle that? We're gonna have 2 or 3 public hearings that night, aren't we, at this point?
No, sure, 2.
This will be the second, okay,
Because the other one we tabled
okay,
to get more background.
It's right
Okay.
up after the
Although,
previous.
okay, so
We'll give 10 minutes, Brian. How many people do we have?
6:45 and
I would say 6:45.
it gives enough, discuss.
And
people.
if it runs over, it runs over and we catch up when we can.
Yeah.
right?
right,
Do you need this back? You want this back?
no, you can. have
well, and
it.
with a 2/3 vote of the people sitting in this room, we can amend the time even after we've approved the agenda. So, that,
Well, and the time, you just can't hold it before.
okay, so we can hold it
You
after,
can wait. and hold it.
Okay.
6:35, we've already set, we could set this one for
set
6:40.
yes,
Yeah, and then it can be after, okay.
that works, okay.
The one other thing, okay, so. When is your June meeting, the 8th?
8, so it's-
Okay, so Wagnus's application came in on 4/10. So we need to do an extension then, 60-day extension, so I'll need action on that one.
Okay, so do I hear a motion to do a 60-day extension on the Wangsness application?
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we do a 60-day extension on the Wegman.
Application,
Application.
I second that.
is there any discussion before we go to the question?
Do they have to agree to that extension?
I think we have to agree to it or they get it no matter what.
Yes, I think that was what I was double checking.
No, you
Yes.
can mutually agree to it, but from a risk management standpoint, we're better off to just put it on notice. that we're doing that.
Okay, I knew there was something there like that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of granting a 60-day extension for the Wangsness application, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And the motion passes, 60-day extension.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So,
Let's think it up. Think it up. Divide, right?
Well, we get 60 days to begin with, but that's gonna take us to June 10th, so, yeah, and, right, right.
so moving right along, if you want to look at the flow organizational chart for Orinoco.
Just this is just an FYI. Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
This is just kind of an FYI kind of thing to in the loop on progress within the city. We're all intentionally here to serve the residents of Orinoco through elections. They elect the mayor and 4 council people, and then that body then ultimately makes appointments to our planning and zoning and the EDA and various other advisory groups. So just wanted to make sure, clarify that the consultants, again, engineer, planner, attorney, they're getting it, not everybody can just call those folks and run up the bill. So they are, they understand that the direction for work needs to come from me. If I'm responsible for maintaining the budget and keeping everybody on task, then that's part of my role. That's not to say that, a request is gonna be at all unduly denied. I mean, it's just gonna be, I need to know what's going on, and they need to know that residents cannot just pick up the phone, and because they know Stantec is our engineer and has been forever, that they can just call him. It's one thing if it's tied to this project, because to a certain extent, some of those project costs are reimbursable through the PFA. But not everything. And so those general kind of questions and such need to be approved.
So you're saying,
PFA stands for what, first of all, real quick?
Public Facilities Authority.
Okay, just making sure I'm following. Thanks.
so are you saying, for instance, like road problems like we had in the past? Is that what you're referring to? Or just to put some context with it, Sonny?
So road problems we had. I'm just, because we still have road problems, right?
So, and because you referred it to the project. So for instance, the issues that we had in the past, for instance, on our street, when people were getting stuck in the middle of the street in the mud
Mhm.
and Santec was called. Those are things you're talking about. So,
That's totally separate than, say, Paul wanting to pick up the phone as a PNC member, commissioner, and just wanting to get a legal opinion on something.
Yeah.
Um,
so
that's-
so you're
So you're
saying
saying
that's
this is
different.
allowable? And
that's not allowable. That's not allowable.
Paul saying, I'm gonna
So
call planning.
Sunny's gotta
and-
know what Paul's doing when it comes to doing that.
She would wanna approve me making that contact.
But I do have a question. So you were gone for 2 weeks. We can't have, you got to go on a vacation.
I was only gone for a week.
Okay, a week.
Don't seem like
But
sense.
You're gonna get to go someday on
It
a
seemed
lovely
like
trip
it
again.
Regardless,
But we do
that's
need to
still
make sure
business
the
happens.
city doesn't grind to a stop. So who's your backup? And, is Wendy got the authority as planning and zoning chair? She needs to be able
If
to.
you're gone. If you're gone.
Yeah, there has to be a backup.
That's only if you're gone. Type stuff.
Well, it's like acting mayor.
Mhm.
You're not acting mayor unless the mayor's not,
Absolutely.
so, yeah, that
So
makes sense,
So
but
who is it?
I'm not,
Me.
yeah. But again, that's gonna be coordinated through me because the consultants know that they take their direction from me.
So it's not, this is not related, or this is separate from what I was talking about.
Right, because your road issues were a direct result of that
Okay.
project.
Okay. So then, because I heard you say due to this project.
Yeah.
And that's why I just wanted to clarify what we were talking about
No,
here.
because
Because I know a lot of people call and they were told to call
yeah,
in the beginning, so, okay.
Well, I can see any resident's got the right to call them, say, hey, how come this was left like this? It's kind of like my yard.
Yeah.
Left like a disaster last fall, and he
Yeah.
put a water line in there. There it sits.
Yeah.
Who's gonna address it before Gold Rush? Are they gonna put that fire hydrant in the week before Gold Rush like they did my ditch the last 5 years?
We still have yards that are disasters.
We don't wanna get into that right now.
That's another issue.
And so kind of along the same vein of, you know, you being gone on vacation and that giving me the authority with the coordinated efforts between you and me and Stantec or whatever consultants, that opens up a channel for me to contact them. If you're gone and you are the last contact for us between planning and zoning and city council, and we have no direct access to them, how does that work as well if you're gone?
Direct access to council?
Well, what if there is something that we need to be able to go directly to city council and speak to them about?
You have two members.
I know, but they're two members. They're
Right.
not, the decision-making body.
No.
They are two members of that body sitting in on this body.
Right,
Yeah,
but their job is also to serve as liaisons.
Yeah.
okay,
And do the reporting on behalf of this
okay,
group
that answers that
to
question.
council.
Yep.
Very good.
See, you being in a different position than they are, they can't go back to council and talk to somebody about what they're talking about, but you can because you're not a council member. Council members can't talk. These two talk to each other about planning and zoning issues. They can't involve another council member.
No, that's boring.
Without it being a posted meeting, because that's a serial meeting. But you can go talk to any council member, but they can't,
Mhm.
because you're not a council member to start with.
Right, and if we talk to another council member, that's quorum.
Yep, exactly.
But if you look at the org chart, it's still, so as I look at, as I look at this, it's still, there's a line from Sunny up. And so if Sunny has a backup too, you know, but what Sunny said is right as well. I mean, there's still a line and then there's the two council members too.
Okay.
Take vacation.
I will tell you, I will tell you, that of my week's vacation, I only used 20.25 hours of PTO. Cause that's me. Even when I'm not on site, I'm still on Orinoco, cause I love my work and I am doing what I can. We have so much.
There's a lot to
Good
do, but
going
you
on.
need to have a mental break though too.
I know, but you know what? I can
we have
sit
to know
on the
you're on
beach and
vacation.
stuff. I have to what?
We have to know you're on vacation, Sonny. And if they have taken 40, I'm leaving for 40 hours, come back and say, oh, I was only 20.
Sometimes though, there's
Why?
on the personnel side, and this is just getting into HR stuff, I guess, a little bit, but there's a reason sometimes you want people to take vacations every year, every position in any administration,
Yeah.
because it's protection for all of those folks too, be able to prove that if there is something adverse that's going on, that it wasn't on their watch, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just
And
gonna
we have a
say,
requirement, everybody from our facilities people to our CEO is required to take a 1 week, at least 1 week vacation and not get on our systems.
really,
Yeah,
that's a good rule.
everyone,
Um,
and it's,
And that's just like going to class.
yeah,
So if you're going to class, you can't say you're going on your own time because, or what am I trying to say? For us, we have to fill out a trip request because if we go and we don't do a trip request and I get in an accident, there's big problems for me already. And for me in the long run, but it's the same kind of deal.
Yeah.
If you're on vacation, you're on vacation, because if something happens to you on vacation and you're really working, then the city has got some liability.
just know one of the biggest city embezzlement schemes ever was down in Dixon, Illinois years ago. And
I watched that. That
I
was
actually
great.
had family that lived down there.
Wow.
And the roads were terrible. It was interesting, but she had worked
50
for the
million.
city but she also had another business that she did, and they thought she did well there, and they thought she did well there. And the only reason, one of the reasons that it first trickled in, it was the vacation thing. And so she was gone, and the usual things that she was doing didn't get done, and normally she had protection, and whatever the case was, something wasn't quite right, and it was 15,
They
20
gave,
years.
all the
Right
accounts
people
instead of there was
right
a
people
secret
ask
account.
for-
Oh,
that's
That's
right.
that's what happened.
That's right.
Oh, that was
So-
great.
That's like a situation in Crenlaw happened over there.
Yeah, so if you ever wanna Google something, it's a very interesting.
That's a
read,
great,
but-
it was, as a matter of fact, I thought she was still in jail. And Sunny corrected me that she got out on early, because of good behavior, she got out early and is still in town
Mhm.
at her brother's place, so.
Yeah,
That is
so but it protected her taking that extra week or being gone, protected all the other people working for the city, so it could be easily shown that it wasn't them and they were all fine.
Mhm.
It really made it clear.
Yeah.
To close out this conversation, just to be clear. That I know my parameters and I will say no when it's appropriate. But I also know that even when I'm not on site, there is backup. And I have no problem, if I'm going to be gone and you need something, we'll converse about it as
Mhm.
we do, and that's not gonna be a problem. It's, for me in Jamaica, I knew I'd gotten the agendas out to you for your meeting, but, we were working on the council packet, so that was on Tuesday when I got.
I think
So-
by some of these parameters that you put in, save the city a lot of money. Okay, and that's the main reason behind what you're trying to do is to cut back on needless spending of money, especially to lawyers and other things.
Those are the big three that will drain your budget, and as we saw in the numbers, you
Mhm.
start looking at engineering and planning and, when they're tied to the same company.
But I, putting the personnel committee hat on, Sunny, take a vacation, a real one.
Yeah, it's just your mental health is. It matters.
Alrighty, we're done with the organizational chart. We haven't even gotten to workshop number 2. It is 9:30 at night.
Nope.
We're talking about scheduling workshop number 3.
Table number 2.
Table
I-
number 2.
Yeah, I think that we need to table number 2. Let's go ahead and move to unfinished business.
Right.
And
You want table number 2 or?
Yeah.
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 we're gonna
We're not
reschedule.
stopping tonight.
We're gonna reschedule number 2 and we'll put number 3 on next month's agenda again. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the RFP, if we could, Sunny.
Okay, let me, go get that for you, cause
All
I
right.
printed it. before I left. There are
Thank you.
different sections, cause as I mentioned to the chair, it's kind of like all of a sudden you get it and nobody told me that I didn't attach it, so I was
Well-
like, oh, and then I started going through it and it was like, oh, maybe I need to change that, and so there's still some red sections for discussion.
Where's the water in the kitchen?
In the refrigerator.
I need some.
Would you be willing to grab? a
Anyone else?
second one? Yes, I
Yep.
really need one.
Water?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
That's good.
Wendy?
Please. This is thirsty work.
Yeah, I knew some people that. The gal that was the person, or she was in the payroll department, HR at Crenlaw. She had her boyfriend's brother on the payroll at Crenlaw for a year and a half, and he never set a foot in the building.
Oh, my goodness.
It's whatever the wages
Wow.
were. Year and a half she took a vacation, that's how they figured it out.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's exactly. But the other reason we have it isn't just that. The other reason is That's why everybody, whether you're our maintenance to anything, even our maintenance people,
Thanks,
you
Jan.
require a week off and you don't check your phone, you don't check anything, because it's just mental health. They've just proven it, just, you're gonna be better and more refreshed to just
Mhm.
take that week.
You know, just we're being recorded, so I have to talk about that.
No.
Almost like the last council meeting, 4 hours.
Well, I want to commend everybody on their stamina this evening. I thought this was going to be a
I think
quick
of that
meeting.
this afternoon.
I did too.
9 o'clock was gonna be late.
No, I thought it was gonna be real quick.
I thought, well, if it ended early, I would go to my son's soccer game, but no.
I know.
Where's it
I was-
at?
It was supposed to be in Pine Island, but it got moved because we got 2.5, almost 3 inches of rain today and the field's too wet. So they moved it to the Rochester field.
You got
Did you have that
2.5
much
inches
today?
of rain in Pine Island today? This morning?
Yeah.
Wow.
Even at our place over there, our rain gauge is registered over 2.5.
I knew my
Yeah.
garden looked
Wow.
really soaked. I
We've
didn't
got-
think we got that much
Wow, I
weather.
didn't think it was that much that we got.
In the last week. Because.
We
of
got more
course,
rain than we've
We got
gotten in the
5
last
inches
2
in the
years.
last
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah,
We got, let's see, what do we get here? The last 7 days. Our rain gauge has registered 9.5 inches of rain
oh my goodness.
in a
Thank
week.
you,
In a
Cindy.
week.
Yep.
Wow,
Today we got 2.36,
wow.
but about a week ago, we had on the 5th, we had a day, we got
Rain gauge?
3.17
Oh, right there.
inches. I have one that's digital and hooks up to my Wi-Fi so I can check it from my phone.
That's
Kind of
good.
a,
That's pretty cool.
Well, at least we know, cause we're only a couple houses away from you, that's
So-
what we got.
What
I'll
is
have to
this?
send you the link later. You can.
Yeah,
Hook
please.
up to-
You checking your rain gauge? Hey,
Yeah,
you checking your gauge again?
Oh, is that what it is?
He's
The,
checking the rain gauge.
Tell them how many inches
So
we've
today
gotten.
we got 2.3 inches of rain today,
oh, really?
2.36 up that side. But in the last week and just over a week or so, we've gotten over 9 inches of rain.
Oh, what is that app?
It's hooked up to my backyard. It's
Oh.
got a weather gauge that I got for my
Nice.
birthday.
Nice.
That is really good.
So we're gonna hook up to Kathy's
Yeah,
backyard.
I wanna get that, that is
It's
great.
great.
Yeah, you guys are just up the street, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
2 houses away almost.
Yeah, I've already like put in for puppy time with Cinder and Posey.
Really?
Yes, they've met me once, but I
Okay.
think that they approved of.
What
me,
kind are
so
Golden doodles. So.
They're
Oh,
so
yeah.
One
Are they
is
sweet.
golden and, nope, they're about medium.
Yeah, they're the
Oh, okay.
medium size.
Yeah, 2 golden doodles. One's
Sweet.
actually black and her name's Cinder, and then Posey is kind of golden looking, more your classic.
They're
Yeah.
both so sweet.
They're good girls, so.
They are.
Dogs.
They're very
We have
sweet.
little Sophie.
They think that
She's a
they're
bit-
people. I love that about her.
It's Sophie too.
You have a Sophie too? Our Sophie thinks she's a hunting dog, but she's only that tall. She's a teddy bear. She chases squirrels and birds. Tonight, she was chasing a squirrel right down to the road.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I
she's
saw-
never done that.
Watch the deer walk through the backyard, and they're like, "It's okay," but then somebody drives up that they know and
Mhm.
they'll bark.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Sophie too. Or she'll stand at the patio door and if she sees deer or squirrel, she's hitting that door and just scratching at the window and it's like, I need to go out, I need to go out.
Our
This is
cats
pretty
sit at the
quick.
door and watch the chipmunks chase each other back
Due
and
by
forth.
June
It's
8th.
hilarious.
That's what they're-
And our cat, our boy cat Bear, he'll let us know if there's deer in front.
June 8th. That doesn't
Yeah.
give them much time to
just,
put everything
like-
together.
Oh, you can hear 'em. They can hear them out there.
Oh, yeah, even through closed windows.
I'd like
I
to
don't know
have
how
that
they do that.
longer so somebody
Have good ears.
Yep,
can take the time to look at
Our
that.
grand dogs come over quite a bit.
your grand dogs.
Our grand dog.
I have a
we
grand
babysit
dog.
'em- Babysit them regular. And, usually let them up door one day and that's, it's not get out of the yard before they got a hold of them.
Oh, gosh.
They got a hold of them enough to know what they taste like. That squirrel made it. through the
My goodness, probably never came back.
Probably never did.
So my golden doodle grand dog is a 65-pounder.
Oh.
Yeah,
She's,
and she's a 65-pound lap dog.
March
Yeah.
17th,
Who doesn't
I
know
would say,
she's a
yeah,
dog?
that gives a little bit
And
of
she's
time
so
to put
funny.
something
They
together.
send me video and pictures of her all the time. She's out
I think we
running
should give
through the
them
backyard.
time.
They call it the zoomies.
Yeah.
Lucy's got the zoomies.
ours both do
Yeah,
that.
and so she's running around the yard and then she comes in and she falls asleep on the couch. And it's like she's laying on the couch and she's slowly pouring
Yeah.
off of the couch.
You know,
Because the head is like hanging off and it just pulls. the
and
rest of the
doodles are
body.
the
No.
funniest because they will both
No,
sleep
that's
and then
what I'm
once in a while they'll sleep their legs out
I
in
got
the air.
Yeah,
Have you seen
Yep.
that where it looks?
One comment,
Oh,
or
absolutely.
more than that, I'm
More
looking.
than that.
They want submissions by June 8th. I think we gotta give them more time than that. If it was back to the original one, 'cause this is like May 11th.
Yeah, cause this is not even out.
That, yeah, it doesn't give them enough time, I don't think, to put something together.
Well,
you mean for people to submit bids?
Yeah,
30 days, you don't think is it?
The sufficient
It's
time
11
for
today.
hourly rates.
Cause
They're already set. I mean, remember, you're talking about already established firms. You're not looking for a hire at this point either.
Well, June 8 is that
There,
that's 4 weeks from today, correct?
well, yeah, because that's your next meeting. So I want to be able to report to you, you've received X number of responses.
That we could get the responses then and have till the following month to review.
Right, it's just to receive them. It's not the review or anything like that. It's.
Okay. No, I was just-
You'll
that
just
was
be
the only thing I could
distributing
jump
them
on.
to us at that point
Right.
and then we'll be, got it.
Right,
but
and that's a red number, right? So, those are all flexible. That's what this discussion is about too.
But I guess my question is, are we telling them? Cause this is not out yet. So we're gonna publish it, right?
I'm gonna send it out. We're not publishing it.
Okay. So we're gonna send it out to specific firms and when do we think that we would send this out? Cause I know normally, don't they normally want 3 weeks,
Well,
2 or
that's-
3 weeks for?
this
you know,
would
to
give
put
them
a
4 weeks,
proposal?
okay, but I'm
Would
just,
it?
There's a holiday weekend in there.
Yeah.
too, yeah.
It wouldn't give them 4 weeks if we're saying June. Cause we're already in May. This is May 11th.
So
It's
you
not
meet
out
the-
yet.
You meet the second,
Cause are we saying, okay, people, we're sending this to you, we want your proposal back here to our office by June 8th? Okay,
we're not asking.
you would know this better than I do.
Yeah.
Is this
That's-
something they typically can turn around? I know for us to do RFPs on different things. I mean, our stuff is a lot different, but, you know,
Well, and it's,
it's not a huge RFP. It's big enough. though. I guess I'm just wondering, is it a reasonable amount of time? In your experience,
yeah,
to have them get it back to us?
and I expect that it will take us another 30 days to interview. And
30 days to what?
interview
Okay,
and make a recommendation to.
they're gonna change all these other dates. and-
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, the third to last page has
Yeah.
to be updated.
So, and that's part of the discussion as because like you can see, I mean, I started this back in March. Sorry. Okay, so on C, I've given them to the end of the month to ask any questions that they're gonna have. Because again, in terms of transparency, if there are adjustments to the RFP that need to be made, they need to be made a week in advance of the submittal date.
Right.
So that gives us more than,
Enough time to notify everybody of this
Yeah.
clarification,
Right.
anybody who might have
Right.
received it.
so okay, so let's just go section by section maybe. The objective is clearly that we're looking for, and I don't know what our comprehensive plan should be, but we should have a long-term one. And that's up to them to help us. The goal is to review existing city code for improvement and conduct public process to craft new planning and land use regulations for the city. That's looking for, because of the new growth that we're anticipating through development and kind of doing a hybrid zoning ordinance that's gonna take into consideration what we already have, but then also the flexibility for what we might want, which will include, oh, that's the other thing I needed to mention, was that we do have an orderly annexation agreement. Yeah. And I want to get that agreement to you guys as well, so you
That
have
would be good.
that available.
Just to tangent off of that, just to hear, talking to a couple other small towns that have gone through some of our growing pains with sewer. One of them out in southwest Minnesota, they did you had your current existing code, but then what they did is they did basically a second version that was immediately effective, but you might not have anybody that could use it, but that as people came on, once you had sewer and water, you would immediately quit looking at this and now you're on this version. So you basically were kind of running two parallel versions, but that helped you with that. And that's one of the ways that they said that they were able to.
Which town was that?
I have to go out and double check my notes, but yeah.
Okay.
So has this orderly annexation agreement ever been amended or anything since it was first brought in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the version we're on right now, I wanna say 2015.
2015 is what the last time it
Yeah.
was amended.
Yeah, and I think it was 30 years, so I'll double check those numbers and yet today I'll get that sent off to you so you can add it to your book.
Sure, that probably should be in there anyway for.
Well, yeah, because that is,
We're the ones to be looking at it
yep,
first.
absolutely, absolutely. And I'm always concerned about staying ahead of that game, so. And we have that little section of township that's surrounded by the city on the other side of 52, that.
Zumbro.
Yeah, it's right down the street from our homes, right?
Rochester's got a couple patches of that by the History Center too, where they've got some of those houses on the hills that are township surrounded by the city of Rochester.
Where's it at?
When you go
You're-
Circle Drive out by the
Okay.
History Center and the mall. At the top of one of those hills, those are not city, they're actually township.
Oh, really? Up by Foxcroft?
Opposite
from-
side.
Okay.
So the History Center's
Oh, yeah,
there.
yeah, and it goes kind of.
There's that kind of go up and comes back out. That's
Yeah.
not city.
Wow.
Yeah, I just.
They're just surrounded by.
They are lucky.
I just remember I used to sit on the History Center board and I remember finding that out when
Hmm.
Interesting.
I was on township zoning back then, so that's been a long time ago.
So then I'm also telling him that, about our facility that's coming on board, which is clearly going to give us that anticipated growth and stuff.
Would be the treatment plant.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And linking in reference to the EDA. And we'll coordinate all that. By the way, I'm still working to find a facilitator for. I want to have that training yet this month if I can get it done. For council, PNC and EDA members to all hear the same verbiage and guidance about open meeting law, ethics, conflict resolution, because we all share the same goal of.
Will that
serving
also
the
be
residents as
via
well.
Zoom? Just because we're getting into graduations, vacations,
I know,
and it's,
yeah, and that's the trouble I'm having with the league. You'll hear this again next week, but May and June are really tight months for the league because of not only that kind of personal stuff as well, but they are gearing up for the the fall, league conference thing, so.
Other than that, it's everybody's fiscal year end, the end of June too, so.
We're, yeah,
there's a
other
lot of
than
stuff going
cities,
in there,
yeah,
too.
yeah. So I am listed as the contract administrator. Typo.
Oh, where it says city administrator, it's supposed to
Yeah.
say contract administrator?
Oh, no, B, the title.
Oh, got
is
it.
Contract administrator, but
Okay.
there's a typo there. I think in the past.
Now, see, my eyes are so tired at this point, I didn't even miss that extra I in there.
Well, you catch my Roman numeral thing, so now I'm always double checking those.
So you missed an I in the word administrator.
Yeah.
Sorry, I still, they say generally if you trying to put a message across, generally you get the first letter, the last letter right, you can put whatever you got in the middle, and people will read it right.
Yeah. We read that study.
Worked on me tonight.
Yeah. Okay, so questions about and clarifications of the RFP, you should be submitted to me via email. Again, there's the May 31st, and again, we can work on the dates and stuff to change those. And how those will be, the last paragraph, all interpretations, corrections, or additions to this will be made only as an official addendum, and it shall be the respondent's responsibility to ensure they've received all addenda before submitting a proposal. And any addendum issued will become part of the RFP. D, incurring costs, the city is not going to be liable for anything. They, whatever they want to pull together as a proposal is their cost of doing business.
Right.
We in real estate know that, don't we?
Yes, we did.
The proposal format, we're gonna provide that format later in section 3. And then the proposals submitted are due on June 8th. So that gives them, again, I think I counted 10 days between being able to ask and get answers to any questions they might have and finalizing their submission. To go back to your question, when do I expect to get this out? As soon as you have it approved, I'll send it out. I already
So
got
you
the list.
email? You're just
Yep.
gonna-
Yep.
So are you gonna update the dates and things that need to be changed? You'll send us another copy, we'll approve and it'll go.
Yep. Or you can submit it based on the changes that we discussed too. And tells them how they need to label it. Their packaging, the hours of the city offices. That final paragraph, they're responsible for submission of their proposal. Additional time will not be granted to a single respondent. However, additional time may be granted to all respondents at the discretion of the city. So if I've sent out 5 and 3 of them come back and say, with Memorial Weekend in there, I really won't want to submit, but I can't get it done by then we'll visit about that.
So you're saying if majority,
Back
then,
to the-
then that decision.
They might have employees that normally do these that have kids graduating or vacations and
But then it's gonna be a blanket kind of
blanket,
thing,
yeah.
not any, preferential treatment or anything we talk about.
That's Risk mitigation, favoritism, right?
And then we talk about the selection criteria, how that's gonna happen. The Planning and Zoning Commission will review all the proposals and make a recommendation to the mayor and city council for contract approval. After a review of the proposal, the selection committee, again, that's all of you, will then determine which, if any, firms will be interviewed. And if we choose to interview, the interviews will be tentatively, I've scheduled them for the week of June 19th. So that's, You know, 10 days after the deadline for submitting. Does that work for people? And then asking them to actually tell them they must be available on the dates. And then they'll be able to discuss their proposal, their qualifications, their past experience, and their fee proposal in more detail.
Are they gonna do that through the interview process?
And then there's bullet points. Gives them the criteria which we'll use to evaluate their proposals. We're asking for some strong graphic skills. You know, I think that one thing, like the architectural control document that has pictures, that's almost easier for people to understand. And that even though it's the same language in the code book, it's still has some visuals that gives people a chance to see, okay, what, you know, it'd be nice if, and this will happen as we grow, we'll have our own samples to include in documents like that. Right now, we're relying on some of the others that were built into the document, but it'll be nice to be able to get to the point where, you know, this is what this building in our city looks like, and that we want you to emulate in terms of brick face or whatever those kind of parameters are.
Say, Sunny,
Mhm.
can you help me understand, where it says all proposals submitted may be subject to clarifications and further negotiations? So. Help
Where
me
are
with
you
that.
at, please? Please.
Below the,
Below the bullet points.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, it's this. right here.
thank you. Okay,
So help me with further negotiations. So are you saying that if if they clarify something, we could further negotiate based on the clarification? Cause it might mean once we find out what it means, we wanna negotiate. Help me with that.
okay, this is all part of the interview
Yep.
and evaluation process. So as they are giving their explanation of their proposal, their those items that we've asked them to discuss more in detail, qualifications, past experience, fee proposal.
Mhm.
As those things become more clear to us as a group, we may negotiate something be different than that
Okay, that,
in the proposal.
okay, so that's what I was getting
Yeah,
at. So that's
yeah.
exactly what,
Yep,
okay.
Because-
Basically, it's amending their proposal somehow,
a little
if
bit,
it need be.
a little bit.
According to what we come to understand about
Basically
them
what-
during
Right.
the interview
Right.
process.
And that could be on either part,
Mhm.
right? I mean, we're having a conversation with them and they,
It's a
it becomes
negotiation.
clear maybe it becomes clearer to them what points we're really honing in on.
Right,
That
right.
they may want to address differently than what they have.
Yeah,
And so I know we always think in terms of negotiation, largely in terms of dollars too,
mhm,
but it may be scope.
right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, scope and, and delivery, yeah.
so all agreements resulting from negotiations that differ from what is represented within the RFP or in the consultant's response shall be documented and included as part of the final contract. So again, that when it comes time to drafting the contract that's going to be built off the
Interview and the
RFPs
notes
and that
that.
whole
Mhm.
process, we'll want to make sure that those clarifications are
Who
included.
will actually draft the contract once the proposal?
I will likely draft it and have it reviewed by the attorney. And then, oh, there. Changes in the RFP have to be put in writing. Given to each consultant no later than 7 calendar days before the due date of the proposals. I was thinking it was 10, but. Section I, the reservation of rights. All the discretion is on the part of the city. We can accept or reject any and all. We can waive or not waive informalities or irregularities in terms of or conditions of the proposal. If they come in and, let's see the criteria back here. You know, we've told them how they should address it. Okay, so if it comes in and it's like not quite exactly what I said, but the spirit of it's there, we can accept that in terms of waiving that informality or whatever. We will reserve the right to request additional information from any or all. If we find that in the interview process, we come up with a few questions, we really like this one, but we'd really like to know just a little bit more on, you know, that one city that they work with, we want to know. Tell us more about that. We can do that. And we can, number 4 is important. We reserve the right to reject any proposal that we determine is unresponsive or deficient in any of the information requested. So that's a judgment call on our part.
Yeah, if they're not putting their best foot forward on their first contact
Right.
with us, the likelihood is that they're not gonna be coming up to par
Right.
after the honeymoon is over.
Well, and keep in mind too, that when you're hiring consultants, it's different than buying a truck, right? Because you get 3 bids and you know, the government standard is you take the low bid, right? It's not necessarily so when it comes to dealing with professional consultants. A lot of it has to do with what's going to work best for your city and your situation, and responsiveness is a big key of that in terms of how you and we talked about this earlier. You know, I like to give Phil a couple of weeks for turnaround. He performs above that, that's great, you know, that's responsive, you know, and like you say, we can draft in the contract what our expectations are gonna be or address it in the interviews as well. So drafting those questions for the interviews will be maybe something you wanna take on and start thinking about that too.
You know what? Kind of off topic, but yet not. In talking with Phil, something that came to mind. At the council meeting that, what's his name?
AJ, Andrew,
Andrew said he didn't think Phil had a vote. Well, Phil doesn't have a vote, but, I think in those situations too, we need to make it very clear to people, he is our city planner. And not just a contractor, he's in the role of city planner. Because that was called out, he said, well, why does he have any say in this? And I think, you know, in the future, if that ever comes up again, we have to mention. He is our city planner.
He's on the payroll.
Yeah, that's right.
We pay him
He's
for
our
that
consultant.
advice, right?
Yeah,
Well,
because that didn't come out. Well, I don't know if one of us said he's our planner or he's a consultant. So there was something said about him being a consultant, and he still said, well, he shouldn't have a say.
Do we need cartoon bubbles on the Zoom things?
Maybe back to that one page Q&A that
every app, here's a Q&A, and we do a pay for a service that will help
That's
us. And we don't have to throw the name of who it is, because we don't need them being called directly.
Yeah, cause he,
But
and
Just
so
to
my
be
thought was
clear.
he still fills a role. A required role of the city, and yes. He does have say, he's.
Well, he's our engineer. I
That's
mean,
right.
it's, yeah, a planner
It's
and,
just like
yeah,
Joe, Joe
so.
was our city engineer, he's our city planner, so, okay,
He's helping-
not to take us
he's
off
helping us stay-
topic.
He's helping us stay on task the right way.
Well,
Yeah.
well, much like our city attorney, their job is to advocate on behalf of
Right.
the city.
Right,
Not necessarily what an applicant wants to hear,
Mhm.
but based on, city code and advocate for what's best for the city. Cause like you say, we pay them,
We pay them, the city pays them, they're liable to the city for.
I mean,
their
and if
service.
an applicant wants to start
Yeah.
paying for,
Well, like I said,
they should pay for their own.
We coughed up the
responsiveness.
money for that, for everything beyond that $250 that they canceled the check for.
Yeah.
The city had to pay up for, Bill, look at that, had $600 and some dollars in it.
There'll be more.
Gonna be-
But the responsiveness, to get back to that, that's something that can be added to the contract language where. When we send something, we expect an initial, we've received it within 48 hours and a draft response or a timeline of when it's gonna be completed by, and we can put timeframes in a contract. With even penalties if you want, but just the shorter you make that window, the more expensive it costs, usually.
Right.
But I think that's absolutely valid when we start talking about the contract negotiations,
Mhm.
to have that responsiveness with, if it causes us, because they did not respond, to have to delay and push everything out another month, that impacts all of our residents. So to me, that's something that we want to make sure is there.
I think it's good. And we only have, we have a timeline too, that we have to operate from, where we've got 60 days,
Yeah,
and so that's it. If we don't get it in time.
you let them chew up a big portion of our time. To me, that's where you put that responsiveness is in your contract, and we work it backwards from your 60 days, yeah.
Yeah, which is why even tonight, just to be on the safe side, I wanted that vote to do the extension
Right.
on that one.
Sorry to take us off topic, but it just came to
Good.
mind,
It
and I
was-
think. Next time when we have Phil talk, I think we need to make it very clear to the people. That Phil is our city planner,
Yeah.
so they don't feel that.
Well,
"This
he's-
is this guy,
Introduce him to the audience who's here, Phil, this is our city planner, here we go. See what he's got to say.
Yeah.
okay,
And you can make it clear too, that he's, got the background and he advises us, but he does not make that decision. That's on us.
Right.
And that's probably what you're.
Good point, thank you. But I'm just. What bothered me more than just stopping payment on the 250 was $30. That it cost us.
Yeah, they could cancel check that.
well, that should come back on them.
Well, eventually, we hope that. We hope he gets to build his thing and we get the building fees out of it and.
Property tax
The
goes up.
increased value,
Mhm.
so. Okay,
But
back,
it was kind of dirty.
That was dirty.
That was dirty.
That,
Let's keep moving.
thank you. Number 5. Oh, I digress. The city reserves the right to determine whether the scope of the project will be entirely as described in the RFP, a portion of the scope, or a revised scope that's implemented. And there again, that's gonna be fleshed out too as we interview them, because everybody knows here, that you'll get one thing in hard copy and be able to, read it and digest it and everything. But it's that face-to-face interaction that I think is gonna give us a real read on who we wanna work with and stuff, and life is all about relationships, right? So, we wanna be sure we start off on the right foot there.
Yeah, it's tough to be on a team with people that it's challenging to work with, for
Yeah.
sure.
Good communication.
Mhm.
Defining that scope will be crucial too, so you don't get scope creep out of the deal.
Yeah.
You don't get one.
Scope creep where you say, here's what it is, but then people start throwing in all these odd bits, but we can do this extra stuff for you. We don't want you to do that extra stuff, but this is what we want. Yeah.
Well, and I'm just gonna say that in that regard, Phil has been really good, you know, I mean, in terms of, I tell him what I want, when I want it, and when I need it. And then if he'll give me something and it's always for your review. And then we'll talk if I have changes or something, so there's some time spent, I will say, in negotiating those kind of things before it ever comes to you, so. But I want you to have what you need to make the informed decision that you're gonna, with, you know, educated guesses and based on code. Based on the application, not as they describe what they are gonna do, but what's the information they're providing?
Yeah, what if they actually
Yeah.
submitted on paper that
Right.
is
Right.
a true representation?
Right, you know, and for example, you know, just to digress just a little bit. Like on Brandon Grad, his application is incomplete. You know, what he submitted is what he thinks about what he wants to build, but that's about what you wanna build is not what I need in the application for a building permit. And that lot line, I told him, you know, I need a survey that's gonna show the placement so that I can see the setbacks and have that described.
Did you look through the plan for the building?
Yeah,
I was looking through it pretty close, like,
yeah,
he bought it at Menards. You know, it's a Menards pole building,
yeah,
you know, 10-foot centers on the ends and 6-foot centers on the. Back in 4-foot, 4-inch walls insulated, everybody's doing. Nah, I don't know if that's gonna pass for. Stuff you wanted to put up anyway, we don't need a building falls apart in 5 years.
well, and he's saying it's gonna look really nice, well, okay, but when you drive by, all you see is the little buildings that you're selling out of the one you think is gonna be nice
Well, I
looking
really
back there.
question how many he's selling. He's got an awful lot there for what thinks he's selling.
That's,
That's for a different topic though,
Okay.
yeah.
yeah.
People's,
But I'm just saying, in terms of, you know, we need to be very clear about what's presented to us, and that's what we deal with. Because we all can go off on tangents and start thinking about.
Yeah, well, and that's why I was saying, you know, we have to make our decision based on what we have.
you have to have what's on the paper and what can be upheld.
Yeah, you know. Or we can give you our opinion based on what's there. But we can't just take your word for it. Okay, we got Clyde, we're at.
Yep, and on J, disclosure, it's all subject to government data practices. Project description, I need to flesh out a little more on the profile. And the comp plan has some blanks I need to fill in, I guess. And the current land use and planning. So. And then it gets into the general expectations of services. The scope of services. So there are some things that we definitely want them to do. Because our comp plan was last done in
2018, was it, or is it 16?
16 was the
16.
study, so we're overdue by 2 years. So I think you're supposed to do it every 5. Something like that.
You know, Met Council, you have to do them every 7 years, I think, but, we're not Met Council, so.
Yeah, I can't remember, we'll have to check, but we know we gotta do it. That's where we're at.
And I think we're at an opportune time for us to be doing this because we're getting, you know, the foundation in place, and I would venture to guess, you know, right now, we'll be doing one of these for engineering services as well. Because that contract again goes back to 2006 and we've never done a thing, so we're gonna be doing a thing. And the Stantec planner came in as a, under that same
In
2006 agreement. For 1 year, which expired in December of last year, but we continue to use him, but until we get this solid, so.
So general, under general expectations of services, letter B. Okay, the top of that, is that where we put something in, or would that be more on the scope of services where we also look for like a service level agreement or something like that? So we do get that responsiveness. Some kind of black and white.
I think she addressed the responsive to spec.
I think that also will come under, and then 2 pages further on fee quotation, you know, that's there.
Under reservation rights, you know, it's number 4, it talks about the unresponsive stuff, so.
Okay. I was just thinking general expectation of services. Do we have in there also so encourage, incorporate all this, overhaul our code, create some illustrations for us? Do we have anything, or maybe League of Minnesota Cities has this, that we could get kind of a monitoring so that we're notified of changes if there's something that's happening in state statute law that changes, that we have time to get that into our code as well?
Like the 350 foot from
Yeah,
the other property.
Yep.
That's now actually 500 feet.
I think there's 2 versions. I found some is 350, and then I don't know if it's unincorporated areas, of which we have some, if we have to notify up to 500 feet. I don't know, and that's where I just
Yeah,
like to
there
know
was
that
some
there's
different stuff
really
in there.
some
That was-
stuff I've seen other towns when I've been going through. And if they're just being more conservative, or if there's more statutes, but just more that kind of ongoing monitoring to make sure that,
That we would get automatic alerts
yeah,
if there are changes being made at the state level that we have to comply with.
Well,
It's
there are different listservs you can sign up for.
okay.
Um,
Maybe League of Minnesota Cities has something we could get on for that, or, you know?
I know I'm on the leagues, and I'm also on Minnesota Association of Small Cities, and just because I live in a township, I'm also on the township one, and counties. So there, you know, you can research what's available to you, and I can provide some resources as well.
That would be
If you
good.
wanna do that.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're losing the gyms, so. If you wanna take this, and I apologize for not getting it included with the package. But we have asked them for, you know, these are the different criteria, again, that they're gonna be judged on. Submittal requirements, that cover page. Okay, so if, and then their business organization and history, the past involvement in similar projects, and their key staff who's gonna be working on it. Approach and the work plan, that's gonna be a big one, because we wanna know, you know, what is there. Especially if we end up going with a different planner, how long is we gonna get them to get up to speed with a document that we want them to help us craft while we're still reviewing it. And they're providing planning services for the applications that come into
How many
this
fir-
whole
how many firms
mix.
is this gonna cost?
I think I have 6 on my list right now. Just from people that I've worked with in the past
Okay.
and stuff. And Stantec as well.
Bill has done an awesome job.
I think he's done a great job.
And I really appreciate his delivery,
Yeah.
you know, not only to
Very,
this
very-
body, but to the council
Right.
as well.
Very factual.
Yes, yes. I mean, just the way he addresses the public and the council and everybody. Okay.
So everything that's in red, that is
still a
stuff
work.
that you're still work in progress. Okay.
And honey, you think, what were you thinking? To get this out?
She had May 31st on it, I thought she had written down.
The 31st was, okay, so distribution is gonna be soon.
That's definitive.
And nothing great about that.
Where's that on the calendar?
April.
Right between them days,
So we
it
don't-
ended July.
Between now and
It's
then.
gonna be March
So
17th,
the
April
next time
17th. So
we meet, not only will the cutoff be done for questions, but if we had other clarifications that we thought of that should be added to this, do we need to get those questions to you too? So once this goes out, if we think of something else, contact so that's where I'm wondering if we read through this, it's 10 o'clock, gonna be 11 o'clock at night here, and we don't think of something,
Somebody,
and it goes out, and now we think of something 2 weeks later, or we hear of some lawsuit or something else, and we're like, oh, we want that put into our RFP, even though it's already out. We as a group here can still get you something to get that added in.
Mhm.
We don't have the ability to get together and meet before this is all done, so that's why I'm.
No. I appreciate what you're saying and I understand it. I think. I think that could become one of those negotiating items that we talk about in terms of scope and. If it's after, it
Depending on
depends
what
on
it
what it
is.
is.
I mean,
Depending
depending on what it is, I'd like all the firms to have that ability if it's something we want
Right.
addressed.
Right.
And that's my only concern is we've now had this for 20 minutes and it's 10 o'clock at night and we're all at our most alert.
Yeah.
Again, it says on here under F, okay, that respondents are responsible for submission of proposal, additional time will not be given granted to a single respondent, however, additional time may be granted to all respondents at the direction of the city. So if we have something else that comes in, we should be able to give it to everybody and be able to.
But that's
So
what
we're
I'm
gonna-
saying, if our cutoff is our next meeting and we think of something,
Yeah, but that.
We're not together to
we're not
brainstorm.
together as a group to be able to have that discussion.
I was looking at the other people coming back, so.
You're looking at the other people.
In other words, people that are gonna give, if we have another question that's in there that we want something else added, we can give it to everybody to add that for putting the proposal together.
But
But
we're
We're
not
not gonna be
together.
together.
ourselves.
so
Yeah,
that's-
I
that's
was
the
looking at.
problem.
Yeah, we're not together to formulate the questions.
Right,
Right, and so that's my concern
and
there.
I was looking for them to be able to respond to whatever our question is that we have to go to them.
Right, right. So we'd have to get our questions to Sunny too.
Well, yeah, but see, our next thing is on June 8th also, so it's kind of like,
I know that's where I'm just trying to work
we're not
through.
gonna be able to digest that from early in the afternoon to. 6:30.
Well, that's just the cutoff to receive them. That's not us making a decision or doing interviews. That's just their
Yeah.
cutoff to get it
Our
to
interviews
us.
are gonna be done, but
The,
you'll be doing interviews after the 8th, correct?
Week of the 19th.
week of the 19th is what I have.
Gotcha. We're not gonna see this until July.
Interviews would be
No,
in,
we're gonna see it on
interviews
the
would be
week
in
of
June.
the-
Well, she won't have done the interviews by then.
We're gonna be doing the interviews.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mine.
Yeah, so if we're looking at D, the tentative schedule project deadline. I'm not skirting your issue, your question, I think. If I would like to. I would like us to honor the same deadline that we're giving them to raise questions, and that's May 31st.
And I'm fine
So,
with
yeah.
that, but I just wanna
Yeah.
make sure that we have more
Yeah.
than the 20 minutes to look through this, and if we think of something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
wanting to make sure that we've got
And-
that opportunity.
Yeah, and the other thing is, this. I would like it to go out with your blessing. It doesn't need formal vote or anything like that. It's just, I want us to get into a position where we are not going on, 20-some years without doing RFPs.
I
Well,
agree.
and I
So
think if you set a date, and if you don't hear from us, it goes out, right?
Right,
So, and this, quite honestly, this may be more than what you need, because maybe you don't want them doing this whole thing. Maybe this whole thing, comparison and stuff, is just something we want done internally. Maybe we're looking only for, okay, like a case study. Okay, here's the background. Okay, how would you approach resolving this and advising the planning and zoning? Is it gonna need a variance? Is it gonna need a conditional use permit? The animal house, given our future land use planning, and we saw that it was flipped. Where, the garage was, the
Yeah.
barn was in the back, and it would have been perfect if it was the other way, but. So we ended up going a different way. So, just those straight kind of planning things. Maybe that's all you want the RFP to be, and not something as in-depth.
Mhm.
Are you too tired to think about it?
no, what I'm thinking is you're looking down the road, which isn't a bad thing, okay? And so I think that's a good thing to put in. We can emphasize what we really wanna have done right away and future
Yeah.
looking, because if we do this, we'd wanna have this person be with us, not just for a year,
Right.
but to be with us for a while, so the more he gets to know the community, the better he gets to be.
Yeah.
So I don't think that that's bad putting that in there, cause that's where we're looking
Yeah.
down the road. They might say this is gonna cost this much more, okay, but this is what we wanna do. So no, I think that's a good thing, so.
But are we asking them hourly?
Yeah, cause well, if you look at how you want us to do it, okay, the fee quotation. Okay,
Yeah.
hourly rate, estimated hours, provided an hourly fee breakdown.
But that's for
proposed-
everything?
Well, again, I think from this point, you're gonna get an idea of where they're at. Cost wise, fee wise, okay? Maybe we wanna say, okay, we want you to redo the book. Well, we're not necessarily doing it now, but
or maybe it's, here's your monthly fee for up to 3 applications per month, and if it
Yeah.
goes over that, then.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
and I'm just thinking of Sunny's point, because as we mature with the staffing, we might say, okay, you know what, we were having you do those,
Yeah.
the initial study, we're gonna take that in-house now. And we still have the ability to do it, and still that hourly.
yeah, so, but I just think that looking down the road is a smart way to do that, and include that in there.
Yeah, I think.
Because I'll tell you what, if they're really responsible on this big picture kind of thing. You can bet they're gonna be responsive on the little stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, you know, if it's just a variance application this month, but, you know, be responsible with that.
Yeah.
Because we'll get this. So then the tentative, going back to D, the tentative project timeline. So I don't think there's a complete project end date that we're having to do this. The initial draft, we kind of already have an initial draft, right? But we do want to give them the opportunity to give us a plan review, zoning diagnosis, and directions report.
So, if I go on, so you talked about interviews would be the week of June 19th,
Yes.
okay? So we have council consideration in between those two, is there a planning and zoning consideration, so we
I changed
do,
council to P and Z,
okay. Council's P and Z,
and that would be the July meeting.
so July 13th, maybe?
Talking third Thursday?
No, second.
Second Thursday?
13th.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is
And there is no
PZ
project kickoff,
consideration,
really.
and you said that was 7/13?
Yes,
Yes.
And interviews are the week of June 19.
so then, and I know we want to get this done, but I want us to move at our pace too, right? Because we all have lives. And we don't know what applications are gonna come in.
I don't have a
So
life
it's
right
kind
now, so. No.
Vacations happen, yeah.
The other
I
thing that
don't
could
have
end
one.
up, that can change some of this stuff too with our kickoff
I
date
have
and
no
everything else
vacation.
is the negotiation on contract
You
could
know
take
me,
long.
I
Right.
really do it.
Well, and I'm guessing, I mean, we'll ask them for a not to exceed too, I think,
Did that do what?
not to exceed
Exceed what?
whatever number they wanna,
It's a yearly cap on a fee.
yeah.
Unusual.
Rachel,
Coyotes.
help me?
Coyotes.
Oh, and
It's
my
like-
son.
Coyotes? I
Just
haven't had
texted me telling me to
coyotes.
be careful coming home. You're coyotes.
How old?
Hmm?
How old is he?
15.
He's driving.
Let the dog out.
Oh, he's telling me to put her on a leash when I take her out when I get home.
Well, the coyotes will take care of that, easier to catch that way, okay, it's on a leash. So.
Okay, so when we talk about P and Z consideration on July 13th, are you gonna feel comfortable, do you think, at that point? Making a recommendation to council?
Is it a discussion and do we have more questions that we have maybe at that point? Because we'll have
Yeah.
had, just on the interviews. I'm gonna have to sit and digest after I do the interviews.
Mhm.
It's gonna take me some more time and we might have more questions as a group that we might wanna go. I don't know.
When we do these interviews, is it gonna be a group interview or they're all gonna be here at the same time or?
I wouldn't
Do
do
one at a
that to
time?
them.
No, you do it.
I would
for
think it would be
one
all of
time.
us in one of the firms.
Yeah.
Have a time set up where they come in and
There's a-
so much time.
Time so they don't have to face each other in the
Yeah.
hallways.
They all know each other.
Yes, but it's courtesy.
It is, it's courtesy, that's
Yeah.
doing it professional, so.
So,
The sooner we could figure out or at least block the interview times, the better for me, just with my work schedule, so I can block it off for prep. Make sure I've not at a conference or something else.
so
going on.
is the week of June 19th good, or you wanna go out further?
I've already kind of penciled that in on my work stuff here for
Okay.
now.
Okay, And how about you folks? If you wanna do interviews, do you want them back to back to back, you know, with a space in between them, but. You know, an allocation of how much time, and do you wanna do them all in one day, or do you wanna spread them out? Get 5 respondents, have one a day, or,
I don't know if we wanna do one a day, I think we could do a couple days, you know, and split it up that way, cause if you try to do. One day, that's a lot to digest, to go through, I think that have it maybe on 2 days if, or 3, I'm thinking that probably. One might drop out, if you send it out to 5, you might get 4 back. Maybe I'm wrong,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, and so that would
I
work,
think
but
2 days would be.
2 days would
reasonable.
work out, yeah.
Well,
So I
are
don't
we
want 'em all in
talking
one.
daytime interviews, nighttime interviews? What are we talking about here?
Probably nighttime interviews, cause people are working, I know that Jim's working.
Thanks.
And Kathy is working, the rest of us is,
So's Kathy.
Sunny's working,
Usually it
okay?
happens.
Okay, the
Whether-
one night that I cannot do it is the 20th.
Let's look in here quick.
I can't even tell you.
um,
21st, I'm out.
June, 20th of June.
Monday and Tuesday are the best for me if we're doing evenings that week.
Out of those 2 days, Monday is it for me.
Are, you get these set for June 19th?
well, and here's, that's
is the
that
office
week
open
of
that
it,
day?
it's the week of. June 19th, is that a holiday?
Juneteenth.
Oh, Juneteenth.
Oh, it is. That's why I've got it. We're open for business that day, because I had to,
Well, I just see it there, actually.
had to have a meeting about if we were gonna be open.
Okay.
Well,
But I-
Juneteenth aside, I'm available the 19th, the 21st and the 22nd that week, okay?
Okay, what I was
This is
gonna
not in my calendar.
What I was gonna say is, okay, we are meeting June 8th. So we have, you know, maybe that night, well, our calendars will be better.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to separate you two, I think.
I have to do that,
It's too
I'm
late.
thinking the same thing for council, seriously.
It's too late.
Oh,
little
nonsense, you've been
delirious.
doing it
I
all
know,
night.
4:30 comes.
I'm getting punchy too, to be sure.
Okay,
So we can put it, what are we saying for a date? I don't know, I know there's gonna be 2 days in June where we're gone, but I have to
I
see
think
what
we're
those
gonna
are.
have to be flexible and see
Yeah.
what comes in and see what we
Yeah.
did at our meeting on the 8th, because by then we'll at least have a number of how many we're trying to schedule.
Yeah.
And if we can come up with a few days that we can give you, you can work between all of them and figure it out.
And they may not all want to interview.
Well, they will, we're great.
Well, that's to say, they may not all want to interview. May not all want to be interested in the bids.
Then they won't
well, then they
submit.
won't bid at all,
Exactly.
Yeah,
yeah.
Are we thinking that the interviews would be like an hour in length? Are you thinking more like 90 minutes or what? You don't have to answer that right
Yeah.
now.
usually something like this would be a short presentation with a Q&A. or
Bring them
something.
in, tell them they got,
Yeah,
they got the,
I think that's
they got
hour.
a 30-second elevator interview to start off.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep, give us your elevator pitch.
Well, let's
go now.
figure that one out at our next meeting.
Yeah.
If that's okay, everybody at our next meeting, just bring our calendars. So we can.
I'm taking
except
note,
if
I
we-
brought my calendar tonight, so.
Well, I've got mine, but I don't have my family stuff on it. I just record my meetings.
well, the only thing is, if we want that whole thing to be spelled out in the RFP. We kind of need to, and I, you know, maybe the week. The interviews are, I don't know. To be scheduled between,
Can we do a TBD?
Sure, to be determined.
Mm-hmm.
That's like right up there with my soon to be distributed.
I'm liking it more all the time. The later the hour gets, the more I like it.
Okay,
All right, done
Thank
with
you all.
RFP. Thank you, Sunny. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion that we adjourn.
Second, okay, it is moved and seconded. I'll say aye. Anybody opposed? No. Meeting is adjourned at 10:35 PM.
There's one for the books.
that is.
And I thought this was gonna be a short one,
E and
Sunny.
D.
I did too. Like,
That'll teach us to think, right?
we worked on stuff.
I don't know, it's like neighbors. It's the same thing.
We did.
15 minutes,
Really?
10 minutes late starting.
Last two have been that way.
Really, and my days have been long because I've been interviewing people. In that,
Oh, yeah.
I've got regulators that are gonna come this summer,
You what?
and I've got more regulators that are coming between Christmas and New Year's. Every 18 months for one batch, and that's gonna fall right on that one.
Regulators.
I work at a bank.
I gathered
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, oh yeah. Still got my work stuff on.
let me guess, is it? Hank?
Let me think about that.
Who is that guy that Johnny Carson?
I know, that's what I was just thinking.
Barnett.
Is there-
Oh, yeah.
Anybody need tabs yet?
Yes, if you have, the book in there doesn't have it.
Okay, go ahead and take those.
Are these labels?
No,
Oh,
they're not. We're gonna cover that in
Everybody-
a future. Oh, that was one of the things we were gonna hit tonight was put stuff in order.
oh.
Thank you for your endurance in this marathon meeting, everybody. You guys are
You're part of it.
awesome.
Good to have them.
What time did we start?
6:30.
It was 6:30.
Held the
It was
order at
6:42.
6:42. I wrote it down.
Yeah, I wrote it down too, but it's already tucked away.
All right.
Nice
What
to
I've
meet you.
got though, Sunny,
Yeah.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Paul.
I'm gonna throw the order, but I'm gonna bring everybody, I'll make them and put.
Oh, Mark called
the
too.
Reminders, and then that'll go right.
My
in the-
goodness.
My goodness.
Mark.
That's fine.
I'm just tired.
Okay.
It's the book in there too.
It's very late. Hey, Paul,
Um,
you guys maybe
I
have
know,
some
and
time to talk for a few minutes over the weekend.
Since I expected there to be some.
Are you guys gonna be around?
Can't believe
And so I didn't call back. But I did call him back. today and let
So
him
maybe,
know.
maybe these are there, because I might have some extra. I'll wait till
Oh.
our next, whenever we have a real version, before Tuesdays, I'll just give you all the rest at that point.
I just wanna be able to answer any questions. you
Yeah.
Okay, Paul. Tell Julie I said hi. Tell her I'm sorry I kept you out so late.
Just-
I know I would be too.
Not to go there without.
Not
having
the ones
somebody
up on the
else.
wall, but
It's like, oh, nobody
even
ever-
if it's printed off on a legal, that we
Yeah.
all.
And two of us can stay.
Yeah. Is that something we could reproduce into a legal size so we can stick it in here and at least we're not all trying to walk over to the wall or something we can look at with a magnifying glass as we sit at the table?
Okay, ladies, I'd love to stay and socialize, but
I gotta
I'm
get,
done.
I
I have hit the wall.
I've
You
already-
know, it's the chair's job to keep the meeting moving. I think we let, a lot of audience participation tonight.
Well, I thought that was an act of goodwill on our
Yeah,
part
yeah.
for everything that had been going on.
Yeah.
So,
It's a good opportunity to educate everybody though, too.
Mhm.
It really was.
well, and I don't feel like the meeting ever really bogged down at any point in time either. We just had, this was a deceiving agenda. It looked like it was light. And it was in fact not.
They're heady topics.
Yes, we're-
we covered.
We did work, not just public hearings.
We did. Good night, ladies.
Thank you.
Still recording?
Is it?
Looks like it.
Oh, no. Does that mean it didn't? Did it not record this?
It had the pause button on. Or visible, like you could click on it.
Oh.
Click on stop video,
Where is that?
bottom left icon next to mute. Click that one. Well, that just stops the video. The recording turns off your camera. Okay. So click on start video. And there's pause, stop recording on the bottom next to the green. To the right, one more past the green. That one.